So-
I'm not going to do any communications items on
Okay. Okay, is everyone all set? Okay. I'd like. Wow. I'd like to call to order the July 19th, 2021 regular board meeting of the State College Area School District Board of Directors. If you could please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Flag is here. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I would like to call the meeting to order. We'll have order in the meeting. Okay, I would like to welcome everyone who is joining us in person this evening, as well as everyone who's viewing remotely. It is great to be back in person. I'd like to thank our district team and especially our IT staff for all their hard work in moving us to this venue in order for the public to attend and to provide safer social distancing protocols. Your hard work is really appreciated. I'd like to announce the board held an executive session prior to this meeting regarding personnel and negotiations. Board members with an agenda before you, are there any changes to the agenda? I remember, Laurel, you had an item.
Yes. On the routine approvals, can you pull?
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's working at all. There we go.
You just have to be
Okay.
right on top of the
Thank
mic.
you.
Mhm.
Could you pull K out of the routine approvals? That's the,
The Strawbridge
Photographs.
contract? Sure.
thank you.
So item K will become our first action item. Okay, anything else? Anything else from any other board members? Okay. All right, Dr. O'Donnell will now review some of the housekeeping.
Sure. Thank you, Mrs. Concepcion. For our audience this evening, 30 minutes will be provided at the beginning of the meeting for public comment for those who signed up on our Google form. For our audience this evening, 30 minutes will be provided at the beginning of the meeting for public comment for those who signed up on our Google form. If additional time is necessary or for those who did not sign up, the board may consider reopening public comment after board business is completed or during the next meeting. Each individual will be limited to comments of 2 minutes as time permits for items related to board business that are not on the action items portion of the agenda. For the action items, public comment will be held just prior to voting on that item as required by school code. This approach also allows for comments to be informed by the presentation and the board's discussion of the respective item. During the meeting, the IT help desk is available if those viewing remotely encounter technical difficulties. You may email itssupport@scasd.org or give them a call at 814-231-7743. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. O'Donnell. I'd like to now call on the board secretary for the roll call of board members.
Dr. Bader,
Here.
Ms. Bedell,
Here.
Ms. Brandt,
Here.
Ms. Concepcion,
Here.
Dr. Duffy,
Here.
Mr. Fazzard. Mr. Hutchinson,
Here.
Mr. Leos,
Here.
Ms. Zidney.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we have time for communications. Dr. O'Donnell, do you know?
I don't have any this evening.
Board members, any communication items? Okay. Seeing none, is there a legislative update from David or Lori?
I have a few things I can share,
Great, thank you.
and I'll try to The deadline to submit proposals for PSBA's platform is this Friday. Jim, I know you had talked about doing that. There's a webinar on July 28th on decision-making, requirements, and best practices around federal ESSER funds. You can find information for that on the PSBA website. On Wednesday, June 30th, the Department of Ed proposed 6 priorities and definitions for discretionary grant programs. The priorities are meant to integrate equity into the programs. They include addressing the impact of COVID on students, educators, and faculty, promoting equity and student access to educational resources, opportunities, and welcoming environments, supporting a diverse educator workforce and professional growth to strengthen student learning, meeting students' social, emotional, and academic needs, increasing post-secondary education access, affordability, completion, and post-enrollment success, and strengthening cross-agency coordination and community engagement to advance systemic change. Comments must be received by July 30th, and you can go to the Department of Ed website to learn more about that. And then the last thing I have, on July 1st, the Department of Ed announced it distributed $3 billion in American Rescue Plan funds to students with disabilities. The funds are being directed to infants, toddlers, children, and youth with disabilities. This funding is distributed under the Individuals with Disabilities Act, the 3 major formula grant programs. The thinking is that this intervention providers and schools will better be able to address the needs of infants, toddlers, children, and youth with disabilities. And the funding is set to benefit over 7.9 million infants, toddlers, and students served under the IDEA Act. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Lori. David, any items? Okay. Gretchen, is there a COG report?
I wanted to update about the SPPA. So we received 5 proposals on June 29th for the RFP for an energy services consultant, and several of those were very solid. After the micro group reviewed them separately, 2 rose to the top that we thought we should go ahead and interview in person. So those interviews will take place on July 23rd, and we're looking forward to meeting them.
Great, thank you. All right, so at this time we will have public comment, and we will go in the order of those individuals who signed up via the Google form. As Dr. O'Donnell indicated earlier, each individual is limited to comments of up to 2 minutes. This time is for items that are not on the agenda. For action items, public comment is held just prior to voting on that item. If additional time is necessary, or for those who did not sign up, the board may consider reopening public comment after board business is completed or during the next meeting for items not on this agenda. So to be clear, if you had signed up to speak on the health and safety plan, that's an action item, so we will take those comments a little bit later in the meeting. That's one of our first action items. Okay, so at this time, I'm going to go ahead and call on folks who have signed up in the order. Actually, I'll let our board secretary, Ms. Tressler, call on those who have signed up. And if your comment was intended to be on one of the action items, if you could just hold until we get to the action item, that would be helpful. And we'll move on to the next person.
All right, the first individual is Stephen Williamson from College Township.
Yes, if you could, I'm sorry, yes, come up to the podium.
My name is Steve Williamson. I am from College Township. I have a child going into 2nd and 7th grade. The health and safety team needs to be disbanded and reconstituted with individuals that represent the entire community.
I'm sorry, sir, that is an
No,
item.
the health and safety team's constitution is not on the action items. We aren't voting about them.
We'll hold this comment until we get to the health and safety item on the agenda, please. Thank
It
you.
has nothing to do with the plan.
I will ask you to hold your comment regarding the health and
Are
safety
you going to give me more than 2
plan.
minutes then?
You will have 2 minutes. We'll restart your timer.
No, are you going to give me more than 2 minutes at the action item? The action item is about the fall health and safety plan. I am not talking about the fall health and safety plan.
Okay, you can have 2 minutes now.
The health and safety team needs to be disbanded and reconstituted with individuals that, you said restart the timer, please? Individuals who are willing to work with all parties. The meetings need to be viewable by the public, or at the very least, detailed minutes for public review. The health and safety team has proven that they are willing to discriminate. The very mention of vaccinated and unvaccinated in the summer health and safety plan is discriminatory. The health and safety team has been continually wrong with many decisions that they have made recommending to you that affect our children. Because of the health and safety team recommendations, there were 3 times the number of children in Champs Camp and a waiting list on top of that. Because of the health and safety team recommendations, 6th graders miss education about the Roman Empire, Greek philosophers, narrative writing, Greek roots, decimal operations, probability, physics concepts such as force, magnetism, gravity, Newton's law of motion, and over 100 classroom experiences from collaborative practice with each other to differentiated instruction. And that does not even include the elective experiences that their recommendations kept from our children. Because of the health and safety team, hundreds of children require extra services that they normally would not have. It is clear that the health and safety team as currently constituted is bad for education, bad for mental health, and bad for social and emotional health. Dismiss them and get parents and teachers that are invested in our children's complete health, willing to come up with creative ideas to serve all parents and children. I will gladly volunteer as an educator, not beholden to the district or the teachers union. I am willing to work with all sides of this conversation. Sadly, the health and safety team is not. They are not more knowledgeable than us, and their recommendations continually prove that they do not understand the classroom. Goals cannot be achieved without a plan. District administration was very disingenuous with their most recent email. An ultimate goal can be achieved today. We've told you how. We've shown you how. What is your plan for making masks optional? We have given you information, advice, commentary on how this can be achieved, yet you have no plan. Thank you.
Okay. Quiet, if we could have order, please. Ms. Tressler, would you like to call on the next individual?
The next individual is Liping Yi from 16801, joining remotely.
Liping, if you would like to unmute yourself and introduce yourself if your comment is regarding items not on our agenda this evening. I'm having a hard time seeing if they're here. Should we move on?
Yeah. The next individual is Amy Bilyeu from College Township, joining remotely.
I don't think she's on the Zoom.
Okay. The next individual is Ariana Giros from Bollesburg. She is joining remotely.
Hi, Ariana. If you would like to unmute yourself and introduce yourself, you may have 2 minutes to speak.
Yeah, I'm sorry, what last name did you say?
This is someone joining remotely?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's...
Ari Giros.
No, that's,
Okay, she doesn't seem to be joining us. Okay.
Okay, they're not seeing them on the.
I see that Ari is on the participants list.
So
but-
Ari, if you can hear me, can you please raise your hand so they can let you in?
And actually, for anyone who signed up to speak, who's joining us remotely, if you could raise your hand within the Zoom, that'll make it easier for us to find participants. Okay.
Ari.
Hi, Ari. I think we've got you on now.
Okay.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, I wanna, this is Ari, I reside from Bollesburg, PA. What I want to talk about is a health and safety plan. I don't know if we're talking about this
Okay.
at all in this meeting.
Yes, thank you.
But-
Oh, Ari, I'm sorry, that will be an item on the agenda shortly, and we'll have public comment when we get to that item. So,
Can we do
thank
that at the
you.
end?
It'll be in the middle of the meeting, or you can speak at the end if we're able to get.
Yeah, because I have public comment about health and safety.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll get to that on, when we get to that point in the agenda, and we'll call on
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the next individual is Ann Demo from Gaslight Circle. She's joining remotely. Ann, if you could please raise your hand.
I don't see her on the Zoom.
Okay.
The next individual is Bethany Heim from Ferguson Township. She is joining remotely. Bethany, if you could please raise your hand. No? Okay. Angela Petrick from Port Matilda, also joining remotely. No? Okay. Sue Kessinger from Town. She's also joining remotely. Sue, if you're on, please raise your hand. No? Okay. Derek Leidig from Port Matilda, joining in person.
Okay, Derek, if you're here, you'd like to come down to the podium if you're here to speak on an item not on the agenda. Okay, looks like he's not
Okay.
here.
The next individual is Rebecca Henn from Gaynor Drive. She's joining in person.
Okay,
Nope.
no?
Okay. Jennifer Maggs from State College Borough, joining remotely. Jennifer, if you are on, please raise your hand. Okay, she's on.
Hi,
My
Jennifer.
comments are about the health and safety plan.
Okay, thanks. We'll get those shortly then. Thank you.
The next individual is Hong Wu from Stonebridge, joining remotely. Hong, if you are on, please raise your hand.
Hi,
Hello?
Hongwoo. Yes, did you have a comment on an item not on the agenda?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
This is Hong from Ferguson Township. I would like to ask for some help with understanding the logic behind I would like to ask for some help with understanding the logic behind currently providing no remote options for elementary grades. To me, the reason needs to be better than simply because not enough people signed up for it, especially because due to the current surging Delta variant. So to some of us, remote synchronous remains the best option, and depriving that choice simply because this group is not big enough, it's very disappointing. And I'm also hoping to understand what additional resources the district would need to make remote happen, besides the teachers that needs to be assigned for each elementary grade district-wide. Another thought was to kind of integrate more daily interaction into virtual academy. Even if it's only an hour or 2 hours a day, I feel that could make a significant difference. Thank you so much. That's all I would like to ask for. I know there will be chance for action later, but I don't think we should lose our voice simply because we're a small group. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
The next individual is Michelle Young from Ferguson Township. She is joining in person.
My comments are in reference to the policy discussions occurring during the informational section of tonight's meeting. I attended the policy committee meeting where policy 251 on mandating the use of preferred pronouns and preferred names was discussed. I wanted to reiterate for the full board my question asked at that meeting. Where do parental rights, opinions, comments, and preferences come into play when there's conflict within the family structure regarding preferred pronouns and preferred names? Parents can see what their children select in Canvas as their preferred name and pronoun, but through what process is conflict between the student and parent preferences resolved? Does a sixth grade student's desire to be called ecstasy trump a parent's right to ensure that the student's proper name is used? Or when a child changes their pronoun to be accepted by friends instead of a true reflection of who they are? Where do parents' rights stop, and what law or regulation is used to support that position? Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments.
The next person is Ariel Geroyd from Bollesburg. She is here in person. Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Ashley McDonald from Ferguson in person.
Hello. I want to use this time to ask questions specific to the formation of the health and safety team. One problem I see is that the educational issue and the health and safety issue have been lumped into one. The education model will follow what the health and safety team recommends. Since we have a health and safety team, let me ask, where is our team of educators? What kind of input does the health and safety team have from the public and from those on the front lines in the classroom? I have had multiple conversations now with educators in this district that have polar opposite views than those being presented by the health and safety team. Rather than have only a handful of voices of those outside the classroom not getting an accurate snapshot of how students are dealing on all levels, why not add to that team voices that see day in and day out the toll masks are having on kids' social, emotional, mental, and educational health? There should not be a health and safety plan that does not work in conjunction with an education plan. I ask you to consider adding members to the health and safety team that will give a more accurate depiction of what is happening in the classroom in order to make better decisions for our children. I echo what Steve Williamson has said and ask for the disbanding of the current health and safety team. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments.
The next individual is Mark Kissling from State College Borough. He is joining remotely.
Mark, if you would like to unmute yourself and introduce yourself.
My comments are for later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Alex Sahakian from College Township.
Great,
Okay.
thank you.
Deborah Tack from State College Borough in person.
Okay, thanks.
Shoko Murakami, Tofttrees in person. Jamie Miller, State College High School, Macbeth Street, joining remotely.
Yes, I did have some comments for later, but the other thing I wanted to mention is I'm speaking on behalf of the special needs community and those with intellectual disabilities as well as medically fragile children. I feel that we are a small subset within the district that I think often doesn't have a voice, and I just wanted to generally suggest that perhaps there could be somebody to represent that community as far as everything from the health and safety plan, regarding everything, because the issues for our community are very specific that sometimes don't impact the district. So I just wanted to generally suggest to see if there was anything we could formulate to have our voices heard. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments.
Sarah Carlson, Ferguson Township, joining remotely.
Sarah, okay.
Andrea Dubois, Ferguson Township, joining remotely. Okay, she's in.
Okay, Andrea, I see your hand raised,
Yes.
if you'd like to.
Yes, my comments are actually an agenda item, so I will wait, but I will let you know that it's very hard to hear the board members as you speak. for those of us joining remotely. I'm not sure if
Okay.
there's something that we can do about that, but just wanted to let you know.
Thank you for letting us know.
Samantha Backer from Toft Trees, joining remotely. No? Okay. Vincent Crespi, Prospect Avenue, joining remotely. Yes.
Okay, Mr. Crespi, if you'd like to unmute yourself and introduce yourself.
I did, thank you. Yeah, just a second, it was very hard, I couldn't understand the instructions. I think my comment is supposed to come later.
If it's
the links-
regarding an action item. Okay, thank you.
Michelle Campos, State College, joining remotely. No, okay. Verna Kale, Melissa Lane in Park Forest, joining remotely.
I don't think she's on.
Okay. Daniela Soraka, joining remotely. Yes.
Hi, Daniela. If you'd like to unmute yourself and introduce yourself, then you'll have 2 minutes to speak. Daniela, were you able to hear us? If you'd like to speak, I think you're permitted to speak now. We have that set.
No? Okay. Okay. Katie Stager, Green Tree, joining remotely. Yes, she's on.
Hi, yes, my comment is for later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Charles Dumas, State College, in person.
I don't see him.
Okay.
Oh, is he remote?
Is he
He's on remotely. Oh, Mr. Dumas, if you're on remotely and if you would like to speak, we see your hand raised. You can unmute yourself and introduce yourself, and then you'll have 2 minutes. Do you think something's going wrong with the connection?
I don't know if you see, he's got 2 listings there.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if that one needs to be allowed.
There we go.
They're both.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Wonderful.
Okay, great. I'm sorry, it didn't show up. I'm gonna reserve my remarks for later because it's an agenda item. This is Charles Dumont.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Jennifer Moaney, Ferguson Township, joining in person.
My name is Jennifer Money from Ferguson Township. The primary purpose of the district is education, because these decisions directly affect education. Where are teachers weighing in with these decisions? These decisions that affect learning shouldn't be made solely from a medical perspective. Where do the teachers have a voice? I propose establishing a crisis education learning team comprised of teachers and parents to guide these decisions, so all decisions don't differ solely from the medical perspective.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Shannon Jones, joining in person. Later.
Okay.
Okay. Brian Gramling from College Township, joining remotely. No? Okay. Tiffany Wilson, Patton Township, joining remotely. Nope. Okay. Corrine Santis, State College, joining remotely. Corrine Santis, S-A-I-N-T-U-S. No. And then the last one is Pan Michaelis. It doesn't say remote or in person, so.
I think she had her hand raised earlier.
Okay. No.
Or no?
Okay. That is all for now.
Okay. Okay, is there anyone else who would like to make a public comment, since we haven't quite reached our 30 minutes yet, on any items not on tonight's agenda for action? Okay. All right then, moving forward, we'll have a motion to approve the routine approval listing as presented without item K.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. Any discussion or questions on the routine approval items? Laurel?
Thank you. I had a question on E, which is the the tech renewals, and specifically about hometown tickets. I wasn't clear whether whether people currently can purchase tickets without a credit card, and if so, if that's going to be continued, or if this is a switch to only credit card purchasing for tickets.
Is Randy here? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, just a moment.
Unfortunately, I don't know that I can answer your question completely. The goal is to have as many advance tickets sales made in advance. Justin, do you know the answer to the question?
Can you just repeat it for me, Laura? I was working on the audio.
Sure. There's a renewal or a purchase of hometown tickets company, and what I'm not clear about is whether there will still be options, whether there are currently and will still be options to purchase without using a credit card.
Yes, there'll continue to be at gate and cash options.
Great, thanks.
Right.
And then I had one other question.
Okay, go ahead.
On no, I'm sorry, that's it.
Okay. All right, any other questions in regard to routine approvals? Okay. Is there any public comment on the routine approval items? Okay, we'll have a roll call vote then.
Dr. Bader?
Yes.
Ms. Bedell?
Yes.
Ms. Brandt?
Yes.
Ms. Concepcion?
Yes.
Dr. Duffy?
Yes.
Mr. Fazzard?
Yes.
Mr. Hutchinson?
Yes.
Mr. Leos?
Yes.
Ms. Zidney?
Yes.
Okay, that item.
Thank you. I'd just like to congratulate Meredith Henderson. She's a faculty member in our high school, and you just appointed her as the new Mountain Indian Middle School assistant principal. So congratulations to Meredith.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. The name was Meredith Henderson, is the new Mountain Nittany Middle School assistant principal, and we're congratulating her for her employment into that position. So, okay, moving on to action items. The first action item then will be item K from under routine approvals. 2021-2022 Strawbridge Studios Incorporated. This is an annual appointment for school photography as shown in attachment 5K.
So moved. Second.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. Questions and discussion. Laurel, and then I'll get, sorry.
Basically, what I'm wondering about is that there's mention that there have been complaints and we've received assurances. And while I appreciate that detail being included, because I had seen a lot of complaints and heard of a bunch last year, I'm wondering what the assurances are and whether there are benchmarks built in and what will happen, what the plan B is if those assurances aren't met.
Gretchen, do you have a question that you'd want to ask? Well, Randy's getting set up.
Yeah, it's a question / comment, I guess. But it's just that I had heard a lot of feedback that many families were unsatisfied, and I know people say that every year because school photos go that way sometimes, and I get that. But there were quite a lot of complaints about this particular year because of this company, and so to me, when I saw this, and there's recognition in the memo that everybody knew there were problems, yet we still, are doing this anyway. And so, like Laurel, I appreciate that, it's addressed, that they're gonna try and do better. But, as board members, we're the ones who hear from the families that, they're not satisfied. So anyway, I just, I was hoping that if it doesn't, I guess as Laurel said, if it doesn't go well again, even though it says in here that the portrait's up to 5 total years, you know, can we maybe, you know, change something or be open to it if we have problems yet again? That's all. Thank you.
So what we didn't put into the memo was the fact that as we do annually, we reach out for feedback from our principals who deal with parents on a regular basis about these types of issues. And yes, there were complaints and concerns arisen. They have been addressed with the company. We believe that as many people during the last year had to deal with many different issues, including shortage of staff, not only issues getting the pictures taken, but also production issues, that we believe that those have been addressed with the company. We've been clear and forthright as to what we've heard and what we expect in the next year. In speaking with our principals and administrators, we understand that there were complaints. However, as what has been discussed, there are also complaints and concerns many times with the photo companies. We believe that the concerns can be addressed, and that we would like to give Strawbridge another year. It is an annual appointment, even though it could go up to, I believe, a maximum of 5 years. And so, yes, we will annually review, and obviously, because of the attention that it has drawn, this year we gave it even more attention, and we will do that again. And if they are not able to improve on their processes and resolve the deficiencies, we will then choose a different course of action, or at least consider a different course of action. But we have given them notice that as we receive complaints or concerns during this coming year, that we will be addressing them up front. And again, we have asked for resolution, and we believe that that has been amply responded to.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on this item? Any public comment? Yes, Michelle, you may speak.
Sorry, I'm going to do this a little off the cuff. Strawbridge, just to ensure that it's on the record on some of the problems that families have been having with Strawbridge, 2 years in a row, which includes the first year, the non-COVID year, non-delivery of packages. After repeated phone calls to customer service, non-delivery of packages. More phone calls to customer service, delivery of the wrong packages. Parents have gotten to the point where they quit. They give up. When I went to have my son's picture taken, there was a 16-year-old girl sitting slouched, looking at her phone. I stepped up, my kid sat down, she snapped a picture, no conversation at all. Having worked with Life Touch, for example, at Ferguson Elementary, we had parents involved there. Significantly different experience on picture day. The pictures are not only horrible, you're right, you're always going to get those complaints about pictures are bad, etc. But when you talk about non-delivery of items, from 2 years ago, parents still haven't received their pictures. It took me 3 phone calls just to get them to send a package out that they didn't deliver. They sent the wrong package. 3 more phone calls later, I finally got the package. And that's after they took a 2-week off period where they shut down customer service altogether right around the time that packages were being delivered before Christmas. Just some feedback.
Thanks for that. Randy, do we have a way to track, like when there's, yeah, please hold the applause. Do we have a way to track when there's photos that aren't being delivered? So that like, or is it simply parents are interfacing with the company, or does the district have like a way to tally those? I'm sorry.
When we are notified of issues, we do follow up. I do not know if we have a tracking of the types of issues and frequency of them.
Okay.
From the past, but we will be doing so in the future.
Going forward. Thank you. Okay, Dan?
Amber, just a relevant question to this. There are a lot of things going on all the time. Oh, sorry, how about this? Better? Okay. There are a lot of things happening at the building level all the time that occupy the attention of classroom teachers, administrators, and so on. And there's a whole bunch of stuff on their plate. And this is one of those instances where I'm led to wonder whether there'd be value in asking the building administrators in their checking in with families, either and both before and after and during the time that the photographs are being delivered, asking for their experience and a direct call to the school or my email, some communication that would inform how things are going. And I know our job is not to do customer service for our contractor, but I still think that we, in good faith, really need to be hearing from families if they're having these kinds of problems that have been described. So that's my thought. I want to vote for this, but I still think that we need a system that provides a safety net, if you will, and a means for feedback for families about these kinds of issues. Thank you.
All right. Lori?
Just a quick comment. My initial thinking about this was surprised that this showed up, and initially I wasn't sure that I was going to support this, but I trust that the administration has, when Randy says that they have talked about this and that there are, the conversation has been had and there are now some benchmarks in place or expectations that have been made clear, I feel compelled to trust that that process is going to be okay. So I'll support it this time, yeah.
Any other? Laurel?
I appreciate the conversation, but I still am wondering what the plan B is and where we'll check in, because I don't want to get to the end of the year and I had heard of people actually not receiving their pictures. I hope they got refunds, but often people do just give up rather than, they don't want to bug the principal, much less other people with that. So suppose we get to October or whenever and this is happening again, do we have a plan B?
Our plan was to, yes, follow up with the process. I'm hearing of a desire and an idea of surveying families and getting feedback. We'll see what we can do about implementing something like that. But, even last year, before this came up for renewal, we had been in contact with the company, and those concerns do come in, and we try to follow up on them. This is probably my third or fourth company that we've worked with, so no picture company has proven to be perfect. I'm not saying that lightly in any way, shape, or form, but we have had to make changes because of poor service in the past. So we will do our best to find a way to gain that feedback and help families purchase their pictures, and make that happen as quickly as possible.
And is there, because the contract wasn't attached, is there a clause in there where we can actually revoke during the year if there's a problem?
I'm not sure of that. This is only for fall pictures. Spring pictures are not included in this contract.
And graduation or anything like that?
CJ is part of this. So, yes, I mean, if we could do something different in the middle of the year, if we're not satisfied, it would just be, would another company be able to come in and meet the need?
Thank you.
I can also like to say that this is something that was brought up to my attention this year as a building principal. And I brought this attention to our middle school principals as well. So this year we'll have our advisors really monitoring the pictures that are being taken and the complaints that we're receiving, and making sure that the customer service end of things on the Strawbridge side is being handled. If not, we'll be monitoring that and making suggestions for future years. So I just want to let you know the building principals are now informed and are monitoring this process.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so we should, is there any further public comment regarding the school photos? Okay, we will have a roll call vote then.
Ms. Bedell?
Oh, wait, there's another comment.
Oh, okay. Yes, if you'd like to introduce yourself, where you reside in the district, and then you'll have 2 minutes.
Joyce Haas in Toft Trees.
Okay.
And I just have a question about, as I looked up this company, I know nothing about the pictures. I had children who have long ago graduated from here. But my question is, why is it a company out of North Carolina instead of looking for a company that maybe is in Center County or perhaps at least in Pennsylvania, since that's where all of the taxes are coming from to be working with the school?
Okay.
So can you
Yeah,
investigate
I'm
Pennsylvania?
sorry. Please keep the applause to a minimum. That way I can answer the question. Yeah,
Sorry.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so this process does go out to bid, so companies have the opportunity to send us bids. So if a company from central Pennsylvania sent us a bid on, doing our school photos, then they would be included in this process, so. Okay, but it's a good question. It's one I think the board has raised before, but I think one of the issues has been having the capacity, smaller companies, smaller local companies having the capacity to do such a large number of photos in that time period and turn around the printing. We haven't found local companies that have wanted to, over time to take that on, so. But thanks, good question. Okay, any other comments or questions? Okay, we'll have a roll call vote then.
Ms. Bedell?
Yes.
Ms. Brandt?
Yes.
Ms. Concepcion?
Yes.
Dr. Duffy?
Yes.
Mr. Fazzard?
Yes.
Mr. Hutchinson?
Yes.
Mr. Leos?
Yes.
Ms. Sidney?
Yes.
Dr. Bader?
Yes. Okay, that item has passed. Then moving on to action items, I'd like a motion to approve the 2021-2022 Health and Safety Plan as shown in Attachment 6A.
So moved.
Leah, second.
Okay, that has been moved and seconded, and I'm going to turn it over to Dr. O'Donnell for a discussion of this item.
Thank you. With us this evening, we have some members of our health and safety team to help us with our presentation and answer board member questions. Jean Knaus, who's sitting with us on the stage, Director of Student Services and Chair of our health and safety team. Dr. Joy Dross, pediatrician with Geisinger Grays Woods, and Geisinger's Medical Director for Pediatrics in the Western and North Central regions. And also Dr. Matt Ferrari, Professor of Biology and Director of the Center for Infectious Disease Dynamics at Penn State. Once Jean and I finish the overview, we'll give Matt and Joy some time to share additional thoughts prior to having the board ask questions.
Okay.
Nabil's
Thank
going to
you.
walk us through what we did was distill the written document into a few slides. So as we reflected on this past year and what we learned, to also look at current guidance toward this fall, when we look back at last August, September of 2020, we really should have approached the year with a lot more flexibility as we were continuously learning about the pandemic as well as its status in our community. This particular proposed plan would authorize our district administration to make operational decisions more swiftly than before if the pandemic conditions change or they don't change. For example, if we return to school and our county cases remain very low, then we would have conversations about relaxing protocols accordingly. Flexibility is key for our district to respond to the changing conditions. Our team uses multiple data points to form discussions as well as recommendations and decisions, such as community transmission, vaccination coverage, testing, and outbreaks. Expertise that we tap into helps us monitor and adjust the pandemic in our community, to the pandemic in our community. And obviously, another reflection is that timely communication was important and continues to be. As far as what are our priorities, the goal of the plan, really in the safest way possible, we want to give a daily in-person learning opportunity to all students who want to be back in school, which is our vast majority of our families. The State Department of Education, they're requiring our board to approve a health and safety plan by July 30th, and the department will then review and approve our plan. Our plan was developed with multiple data points and viewpoints in mind. These same things will be used to update or change the plan if necessary. We obviously look to the CDC guidance, which our State Department of Health has advised us to follow. The advice from the health and safety team members, epidemiologists, physicians, as well as all of our nurses. The plan enables us to make adjustments as we monitor community transmission, district cases, as I said, vaccination coverage, including coverage of students and employees. I'm going to ask Jean to touch base in regard to masking and protocols. Thanks, Jean.
Can everyone hear me? I'm not real good with microphones, so I apologize. For masking indoors, the proposed status indoors is for masks optional for vaccinated individuals with proofs of vaccination. Masks mandatory for unvaccinated individuals. Masks required for all K-12 students and bus and van drivers during district transports, regardless of vaccination status. Drivers may be unmasked when in the vehicle alone. Masking exemption requests need to go through the building principal. Please know our desired outcome is for mask optional for all students district-wide once we know we're at a point that we can do this safely. I'm sorry, I'll repeat that. It's important to note that our desired status is that masks are optional for all students district-wide, and our hope is to get to that point as soon as safely possible.
Okay. We are not going to have public interaction at this time. We want to be able to hear the presentation, so thank you.
Outdoors. Masks optional for K-12 and no physical distance requirements. Some universal precautions. 3 feet physical distancing indoors. Contact tracing will be done by the Department of Health with officials in collaboration with our school nurses. It's important to note that contact tracing for K-12 students has changed. That is now going to be 3 to 6 feet physical distancing, and if both are properly wearing masks, they will not be considered a close contact. During lunch, we will maximize physical distance as much as possible, and if needed, use additional spaces such as outside of the cafeteria. Airflow, cleaning, and sanitizing. We will open windows whenever possible to increase air circulation. We will maximize fresh air intake through our HVAC systems in occupied areas of the buildings. Healthy hygiene practices such as hand washing and hand sanitizing will continue to be emphasized. In the event of a potential COVID-19 exposure, a sanitization of affected areas will occur promptly. And it's important to note that students, teachers, and staff who are fully vaccinated do not need to distance while eating. SCASD will continue to work closely with local medical providers to provide space, personnel, and easy access for students, family, and community members to receive their vaccinations.
I'll just jump back in before we turn it over to Joy and Matt. Jean helps us coordinate all of our planning. Obviously, our team from around the district, including leaders of special education, principals, athletics, from throughout the district participates in our planning. When we need someone specific in the meeting, we pull them in. And our principals, with our weekly check-ins through the pandemic, have shared feedback from faculty. I was meeting on a regular basis with the president of our association, as well as being in schools talking with faculty myself about the ups and downs. And there's many opinions on what we should have been doing, and we've reflected on that as I've shared some of my thoughts. Even now, I have differing opinions on what I do personally away from the office. With that said, I'm a math teacher by training. I'm not a physician or an epidemiologist, and I think in my role as superintendent, as we're in a pandemic, is thinking about 7,000 students and over 1,000 employees, and some of the decisions I'm making or recommendations I'm making, maybe I'm personally not aligned with some of those, but I have to make them with that in line. So whatever my personal opinion is, and maybe it differs in some instances, that can't be in the way of the process of how we get good thinking to help our school community move forward. We don't want to have kids quarantined. There still is a contact tracing requirement, and we don't want kids missing school, and we want them back in person. If anything, as I look back on last year, the parts where my kids were not in schools on certain days, that was tough, and I know it wasn't good for learning. But we obviously made those decisions with what we knew at that time, and there's no doubt Monday morning quarterbacking is part of reflecting, and we're trying to not repeat some of the things we did last year that we could have done differently. So we're using what we know at this time. We're putting a lot of thought into that, and we are really fortunate as a community to have someone like Jean helping coordinate us and guide us on this in our planning, as well as obviously some real experts and partners in our community helping us. Allison Huggins was unable to be here tonight. She's our district physician. She works as a physician with the Mount Nittany group. And so we have the two largest pediatric practices in our community represented. And obviously Matt, if you follow how Penn State's striving to figure it out themselves, he's at the thick of things there too. So we greatly appreciate their expertise and all of their volunteering that they've given to our community. And I just appreciate all of our ongoing meetings. So thank you very much, and I appreciate you coming out tonight. So with that said, is there anything else that you'd like to add to what Jean and I shared as far as the overview goes? You're up. If not, I'll just turn it over to Q&A.
I didn't come with prepared remarks.
It's okay.
So, I guess what oh, you got it. I guess what I will say is I want to emphasize some of the points that have been made, and is that the decisions and the considerations we're making with regard to masking and contact tracing, et cetera, going forward into the coming year, reflect a twofold consideration. One is the health and safety of the individuals who may be exposed to the virus, right? And that's a concern, and both distancing and the hygiene and masking limits the risks associated with exposure in those cases. But one of the things that we've seen consistently throughout this whole pandemic is there are far more people that are contacts of exposed individuals and contacts of infected individuals. And because of the need for contact tracing and quarantine thereafter, which has been one of the more successful strategies towards reducing overall population spread, the sort of off-target effects or the indirect effects of contact tracing and quarantine is actually one of the largest disruptions. We've seen that both in the school setting as well as in the business setting with people missing work, et cetera, because they have to participate in quarantine. And so I think many of the recommendations that we had, including maintaining distancing, maintaining hygiene, and maintaining masking, is to minimize the secondary consequences, the off-target consequences of quarantine and then being out of school as a consequence of that. And I think it's a very different thing comparing last year to this year in that context, especially because we're hoping to bring more students into the school now, and so that is actually an increase in overall risk, and an increase in the overall rate of contacts, and an increase in the overall number of students who would be impacted by contact tracing and quarantine. And so the recommendations, the masking recommendations going forward for this coming year, given the current level of risk, is in part to minimize that secondary effect that then keeps those kids out of school and keeps them out of in-person educational experiences, which is I think what we all are hoping for here.
Thank you. Yeah. So should I turn it over to
Joy?
Yeah. Okay.
I just have a couple comments, and that one was today on my drive over here. I was thinking about how far we've come in the last year, because these conversations last year were just about everybody working really hard to get schools open, period. And we did a really good job. We were very conservative in the decisions last year, or the recommendations last year for students. Some things worked, some things absolutely we wish we could have done differently. But my role on this committee is an advisory one about safety. I said all along, I said last year, the epidemiologists are trying to control the COVID pandemic. Dr. Huggins and I are working hard to look at how to help our students through this pandemic. And I know everyone is tired, but unfortunately it's not over. And so we absolutely want to get kids back in school, and the decisions that are made need always have the priority of keeping kids in school and keeping schools open.
Thank you. Yeah, I really appreciate that. And, you know, the other communities have had I've been struggling with many of these same issues. There's many places that haven't been able to have schools open as much as we have, or who have had a lot of students, contact traced because of lack of distancing, who've had to miss a lot of school. And I think one of our, big successes has been the extent to which we've been able to stay open as much as we have. And we just really appreciate all of your guidance through this, so.
And I think just to reflect on why we asked people to help us out with this, many counties in our state have county-level departments of health that advise the schools on how to use local conditions to maneuver the pandemic. We don't have that, and the State Department of Education, if we had have followed their what they were telling us we needed to do, we would have never gotten in the fall. And thus we wanted to look and use our local conditions. Obviously Penn State makes us a little different than most communities, and so that's why we asked local experts, our relationships in the community and with these individuals helped us to formulate a team. Obviously we asked the board to approve the team to help guide us, and this particular proposal requests a little bit more agility for our administrative team as we take input, not just from the state and the federal government, but locally, like we're sharing here. So thanks. We'll go ahead
Okay,
and
open up to questions then. Okay, board members, questions? Lori?
Thank you. First, thank you to our health and safety team, particularly our volunteers. I can't even begin to calculate the number of hours that you have donated to this district, so thank you. My question is, today the American Academy of Pediatrics stated that they're recommending that all kids mask, vaccinated and unvaccinated, and I'm just curious about where you see that recommendation relative to the numbers that we're seeing in our district, and how much we should think about that recommendation.
So the American Academy of Pediatrics came out with that statement in the last couple days, and it's a little bit more or in contrast to the CDC statement, which says really the CDC's taken a pretty firm stance that if you've been vaccinated, you don't really need to wear a mask anymore. I think the American Academy of Pediatrics, the pediatrician group as a whole, the thought process behind that is for school-age kids, there is still an extremely large proportion of those kids who have not had the opportunity to get vaccinated yet. Vaccines still aren't approved for kids under 12, and we're not exactly sure what that timeline looks like for approval. I've heard September, I've heard first of the year. It's still a little bit of a moving target, but such a high proportion of students haven't had that opportunity that it makes it challenging to start talking about lifting the mask recommendations. And the other part of it is the energy expenditure it's going to take, and by kind of giving different rules for those who are vaccinated versus unvaccinated, you put a lot of focus on policing that, which is going to have to happen at the teacher and principal school building level, and a focus of a little bit of dichotomy in students between those who are vaccinated and unvaccinated, which at the social level in the school environment perhaps is not always the best thing. So the AAP said everyone should mask, not no one should mask, if you have to have one rule for all.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Dan?
First, I want to acknowledge, and we wind up repeating ourselves this way, for Dr. Ferrari and Dr. Dross, your commitment to public health, your commitment to our school district, your commitment to our community. This year has really been very important and very valuable, and it's really helped us along the way to hear your recommendations on an ongoing basis through the feedback we received from Dr. O'Donnell we had to make the decisions that were made this year. I do have a couple of questions. For Dr. Dross, one of the reasons that I have sometimes read, essentially, in communications about the mask mandate for young children, for non-vaccinated young children, is that should they get COVID, it's no big deal. It doesn't cause any particular harm to them, no long-term post-COVID syndrome, but no indication of any significant risk for those individuals, those children. And there isn't much discussion in that dialogue that goes around the idea of, well, what if it gets transmitted to somebody else within the community, somebody within their family, or somebody who's at risk. And I realize you are a general practitioner. You may not specialize in contagion and disease transmission and so on. But if you could talk a little bit about the impact of COVID on young children and what the risks are, even though improbable, even though they're low incidence events, and also discuss it in terms of the risks to the community, should particularly a more powerful disease like the Delta variant takes hold in the community.
It is true that COVID has had less side effects, less morbidity and mortality in the pediatric population than the adult population. And as a pediatrician, I'm very thankful for that. It's one of the few times that my patient population is somewhat protected compared to adults. Normally, kids, the younger they age, the harder they're hit with things like flu and RSV and those sorts of things. But the complication rate is not zero. The mortality rate is not zero. And as a pediatrician, any kid who dies of at this point preventable illness, in most cases, is one too many. And there are some very real severe illness, ICU admissions, and post-COVID complications that can happen. Thankfully, they're not very common, but there's kids on ventilators in the ICU. There's some long-term cardiac effects potentially. There's an impressive sort of massive inflammatory response syndrome that can happen about a month after COVID illness that can put patients in the hospital in the intensive care unit. So it's not, thankfully in most cases it looks like a common cold in kids, but that's not all cases.
Thank you. It's that kind of reference point I was really asking about and asking for. Thank you. Dr. Ferrari, and this is about the role of the contact tracing and dual masking. Is it fair to say from from your earlier comments that, and from the response to the plan, that the idea that we would have if more students were masked, and if two of those one happened to be a child or a student who happened to get infected, the fact that both that student and another student who was masked would not be considered to be a source of infection if they were both masked in the interaction.
Yes, that was part of the consideration here. Was that so? We certainly expect. I think we always, as long as this pathogen is around, we have to expect that individuals will test positive. And just to follow up on your first question, again, while
Sure.
the rate of disease severity in children is comparatively low, there is increasing evidence that their transmission rate to others is consistent with that of adults. And that's actually something that's becoming increasingly apparent now as more adults are vaccinated. So it becomes increasingly obvious when the primary source of infection into a household is a child, whereas before you had to rule out the adults as potential primary source points to a household. And so increasingly we're aware that that children can transmit at a level consistent with adults, and that's again that's a rate at about twice what we were looking at a year ago because of the shift to the Delta variant, which is about twice as transmissible as the virus that was circulating when we were making these same decisions last year. So that's just to put that in context. Now, given that, the overall rate of disease in our community is comparatively low right now, and we certainly hope that it will stay comparatively low. But that doesn't change the fact that individuals will turn up positive, And as we return to a higher density school setting, there are more opportunities for individuals to interact with each other and to become close contacts. And the consequence of that is twofold. There's an operational cost to that, just because there are that many more contacts and that much more contact tracing to be done, which will stretch the school resources and the nurses' resources and the Department of Health's resources, right? So that's one thing. The other is the consequences for those children that are the contacts that would then have to be out of school for the period of quarantine to verify that they don't become symptomatic. And so following the increased guidance and the guidance from CDC now suggests that it especially at low incidence rates, it's sort of reasonable to make to include now masking as part of the contact tracing exclusion, which was not the recommendation over the course of the last year. That's only a recent change in the policy that we've now adopted to help ensure that kids can be in school as long as possible.
Thank you. Thank you.
I did have a question about that change, and I guess for parents of children who may have been in a situation where, although masked, might have been with another child who was masked in close proximity for a period of time, which would have met previous year's contact tracing, I do wonder if it may be helpful to those families to be made aware, even if they're not going to be quarantined as a result, but in terms of, and I don't know how feasible that is in terms of the process because of Department of Health being involved. And
Right. What I can say about that is Department of Health will be doing that, and they'll be
Mhm.
collecting all the names probably within that physical distance space, and then they'll have those conversations. Did you have a mask on or not? So they will be notified in a way. They just
Mhm.
won't have to be quarantined.
okay, because I think many families would want to be simply to be aware
Right.
if they had had that level of exposure.
So Jean, do you think, to that point, our nurses would be involved with guiding families on the front end, since the Department of Health really wasn't very swift in?
So we've worked on that relationship, and I think the Department of Health now is staffed and in a space that they can be more supportive to us. What our nurses will be providing them will be names of the contacts and contact information. So we will have information on that side of things, and they
Okay.
will also be shared on, which they have this year, but our document where we actually track that information.
Okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
Thanks. Okay. Gretchen?
Yeah, I also wanted to take this opportunity to thank the safety team. So since I actually get to see you right now, thank you, Joy, thank you, Matt. For people who aren't here, thank you, Maciek, thank you, Jean, the nurses that are on the safety team. I have actually thought so much about the makeup of the safety team. I know there were a lot of public comments about the makeup of the safety team. And after having lived through the past year, I truly believe that when we were trying to make decisions, with very little information, and none of us have the expertise. We're not epidemiologists, we're not physicians. That was tough. And once we decided, okay, let's find people who actually know about this, and let's have them help us so that we can help the district and the kids in the district and the teachers and the staff in the district. That was, I believe, one of the smartest decisions that the board has made since I've been on the board. I understand there's people here who disagree with that, but handing it over, excuse me, to people who truly know about these matters and have spent their entire careers dealing with these issues seems to me to be a very logical decision that the 9 of us made. So I'm actually quite good with that decision. And again, thank you to if there are people on the safety team I didn't mention, I apologize, but thank you to you also. And I did have just a couple questions. And Matt, I know you said that the Delta variant is much more contagious. So my family physician told me that the R naught for Delta is 8, that for Alpha it was 4, for the original it was 2. Is that sort of correct? Ish? Is there a range? Do we know?
So the multiplier there is correct. Yeah, I did my whole PhD on R naught. I'm having a really hard time not getting super particular about that and the specific numbers. So, but the explicit numbers there, in fact, aren't in all honesty aren't really the concern. It's the multiplier, right? It's what the original variant is to the original wild type virus, to the Alpha variant, to the Delta variant. And it's been a twofold increase in transmissibility at each of those stages. Yeah.
Yeah, and the reason, so thank you for that, and then the reason that I'm asking is because, and this goes back to the safety plan that we're voting on, that I'm very comfortable knowing that it can be changed if it needs to be. And that's because, yeah, the numbers locally are pretty low right now. But because it's a seasonal virus, is that accurate to say?
Again, so the seasonality of this hasn't been revealed yet. At this point, the primary driver of the ups and downs of this virus has to do with the number of people that are around that are susceptible to this thing and the behavior of individuals and the interactions. I think that the seasonality of that pattern may be something that is revealed down the road, but really the metaphor, I guess, that's most apt here is that the temperature and magnitude of a fire is a function of how much wood is there, right? Mm-hmm. And seasonality might be somebody sort of waving a fan on the side of it, right? Mm-hmm. And so right now that fan might be waving, but the pandemic is being driven by the amount of wood that's there. And so once that's burned down and we're down to sort of smoldering embers, then somebody waving that fan might actually have an impact on the things that we see from day to day. But at this point, the seasonality is not something that appears to have been driving any of the patterns that we're seeing.
Yeah, that's helpful. Yeah, thank you. I guess I'm also thinking about the fact that in the fall, people will be gathering indoors. And we know that people are more likely to get infected when they're indoors than when they're outdoors. And that's what happens here in central Pennsylvania is people go indoors when the weather gets cold. So the reason that I'm bringing this up is because, again, I'm just appreciative that the safety plan incorporates the idea that it can be changed by the safety team and the administration, should it be necessary, in your opinions, the experts, that it needs to be, because we don't know what the numbers will be. I know that much, that we don't know that. And so since we don't know what they'll be in September, October, November, December, January, February, it will be, I think, a good thing to be able to change the safety plan if needed, and that goes in either direction, right? Meaning that the ultimate goal being not to require masks, and then also that if the numbers get really bad and the hospital gets overwhelmed, that you all can make changes depending on that, as well. So I think that adaptability is something that I really value, and your ability to change it if you all think that that's necessary. So, but most importantly, I did want to, again, I'll end with expressing my gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Jim?
Yeah, thanks for being here. I appreciate all your work during the year. And I had a question for Dr. Ferrari. I don't know if you were present at the meeting when I asked. I call it a coupling factor because I'm a physicist. So how much force applied here applies force in another system. But the idea is how much of the infection rate in the student community carries over to the surrounding university community. And I saw that you did an NIH preprint in maybe February, and I admit I didn't read the whole paper. I read the abstract, but you might know more now. Do you have an idea of, so say the student population returns, we expect them to return more in force this fall, and say the Delta variant is, there. Do we have an idea what kind of the coupling factor is between the university community and the student community?
Unfortunately, we really don't know what we know a little bit about what it was last year, but it's going to be very hard to predict what it will be in the year coming ahead, because we know that that going forward, many of the things that were put in place to minimize the interaction between Penn State students and town and county residents won't be in place coming forward this fall. So one of the things that we found is that despite really quite high infection rates among Penn State students, as measured both by the number of cases that were reported and post hoc by the number of students presenting with antibodies that indicate prior infection, we saw really quite high rates of infection, probably upwards of 40% of Penn State students had antibodies indicating exposure prior to the Christmas holidays. At that time, the infection rate in State College and the surrounding county was really quite low, probably on the order of 10%. That was then corroborated by looking at the number of cases reported to the Pennsylvania Department of Health, both in Center County and in the surrounding counties. And in fact, per capita, Center County had a lower per capita case rate than any of the 5 counties that surround Center County, which was not what was. It certainly wasn't what we expected. We expected that the high risk due to Penn State students was likely to cause relatively high rates of spillover into the county population. What we've also been able to show is that the behavior of residents within those counties was also quite different over that time period. Behavior both movements as measured by traffic, so how much people were moving around and driving, when they were doing so, as well as remote measures from things like from tracking cell phones, indicated that in the 5 counties surrounding Center County, overall activity rates stayed relatively constant throughout the whole of the pandemic. They reduced a little bit and then rebounded really quite quickly. So in the counties surrounding us, residents really sort of kept going about as they normally did. Center County residents on the whole actually dramatically reduced their interactions and their time spent outside of the home, and that was maintained throughout most of the Penn State academic year. And so it's likely that pattern, which has a lot to do with the number of Center County residents who work for Penn State and were given the opportunity to work from home, et cetera, spent more time at home and therefore weren't necessarily interacting at quite the same rates. That's just not going to be the case going forward into the fall. We're going to have a large number of students coming back. Those students are going to be at much higher densities. They'll be interacting at higher densities in classrooms and in dorms. The dorms will be at higher occupancy rates. So risk on campus will be comparatively higher. We're certainly hopeful that a large number of those students will have elected to be vaccinated, but at this point we don't know that that's the case. And overall, the statewide vaccination rate among college-age students is hovering somewhere around 40%. So that still isn't a sufficient number, we think, to prevent spread. Certainly not of the Delta variant, which is transmitting at again a 4 times higher rate than the variant that was circulating in September of last year. Add to that the fact that now businesses, restaurants, and bars, et cetera, are going to be open during September. So now all of the places that we would normally go to interact as residents and students are all going to be going on. Not to mention we'll have the return of the football season, so there'll be lots of opportunities for close contact and interaction between county residents and students. So I certainly hope that none of those things will result in large outbreaks, but those are all factors that increase the level of risk to everyone around us. And so, as I said, I certainly would not expect the patterns that we saw last fall to hold in this coming fall. And I expect that all of those risk factors are trending in a direction of higher rates of exposure and conceivably higher rates of transmission.
Okay, and then I'm guessing you're going to continue to follow that during the fall.
I'll keep paying attention. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. No, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Laurel? Thank you. I want to also say thank you to those who've served on the health and safety team. I think we also owe you an apology in that we asked you to be medical experts, and that's how you were selected. And I appreciate the comments that were made earlier about having other people involved, but there are different things going on here. We wanted medical and epidemiology, I have trouble with that word, that type of advice. And that's why you were selected, and I really appreciate your donating your advice on that. That needs to be separate from then. There are other types of advice that go into making a plan. But you gave us exactly what we asked for, and we are very fortunate to have you giving that. Last year, and it was mentioned briefly, but I want to say it again because I think there's this feeling that you guys have just been saying, shut everything down, shut everything down. But I remember sitting last year and hearing you actually saying, no, there are other risks that we need to be involved in, that you, especially in your private practice, were seeing children with depression, obesity, a whole host of things, and that was also a concern along with the physical illness. Is that still something that you are looking at when you chime in and give advice? And can you talk a little about what you have seen in your practice through this year and how that affects you looking ahead?
Absolutely. I'm sure if Dr. Huggins was here, we've had these conversations, she would feel exactly the same way. You know, day in and day out, we are seeing firsthand and trying to help kids and families through the impact of their very different experience in the last year and the effects that that's had by them not having an in-person school environment and opportunity. Our mental health complaints are, the referrals are up 5-fold from pre-COVID, and I would say that's a conservative estimate. We unroof a lot more of those in routine questions and things like that at checkups when they didn't even come in for those, patients didn't come in for those types of concerns. So yeah, I feel really, really strongly that schools need to be open every day, and we need to do it in a way that's safe for all the students to come. Because in a lot of ways, I feel like the kids are paying the price for adults not being responsible enough in terms of COVID.
To that point, and this is just the way my brain works, and I don't expect an actual like statistical thing, but we've heard on the one hand, people want the choice to be unvaccinated and unmasked, or vaccinated and unmasked, whatever. And there's also physical distancing. And if we had to make choices between having children sitting further apart, so more physical distance, but without a mask, or letting them be closer together and having masks, do you have a sort of general sense of where the safety factors lie with that?
What I've heard in the last year from coaches or the various teachers that I see and know, and the feedback I've gotten, and then the feedback that I think has been shared in some of our meetings and things like that, most kids did very well with the mask. They got used to it quickly. It wasn't something they messed with or took off. Excuse me, it's my opportunity to talk.
Thank you, Dr. Dross.
So, the much harder thing in human nature is we like close contact. So, for the football players to stay 6 foot apart on the sidelines in the middle of a game when they're down by 1 point in the last 2 minutes, that's hard. For the kids standing in line in gymnastics practice, they want to get closer, they want to talk to their friends. I think the 6 feet is hard to maintain. We talked about this before. 6 feet's not really 6 feet. Kids don't walk around with windmill arms the whole time, all day long. So that one is pretty hard to gauge.
It's helpful.
Thank you.
Okay. Other questions, Dan?
One other quick question. I mean, one of the things that any organization, but particularly an educational academic organization, requires is following routines, following a structure, having a set of rules that guide behavior, that set up expectations for how things work. And I think in terms of the mask requirement that we established last year, with which many students, if not all students, well, I'd say all students pretty much one way or the other, participated in that. But it does present some challenges sometimes in the conversations by the classroom teacher with one or perhaps even several students on occasion to have to manage the implementation of that rule. And question, I hate to put you on the spot, Jean, but here's a question that relates to your area of work. When we're talking about, for example, the role of those who are closer to those kinds of questions, classroom teachers and counselors and so on, is it fair to say that we have resources within the school district for those staff members, for those teachers, to have a conversation with some of the specialists within the building, maybe even their principal, about finding their way through the implementation of rules when we have to enforce a variety of different requirements for behavior?
Are you asking for information as far as sharing with them ways to talk to kids about this, or teachers to talk to students to address them if they're not wearing a mask and possibly should be? Is that what you're asking?
Well, do we have people on staff who, should these questions come up, for example, from members of the audience, that among the things they said was that, well, there's no voice, if you will, for people who have concerns about the implementation of these and haven't had a chance to really have a say in this, so to speak. And one of the things about implementing a set of expectations and rules like this, which we established last year, and we're directed to, or we invited and requested the help of the health and safety team to set up these protocols, but they still had to be introduced at the building level. And so should someone have a question about that, or happens to work with a student who has a concern, who somehow doesn't immediately just go along with that, what resources exist at the school level to assist that student and the staff and the family in terms of managing the compliance in conformance to the expectation that we've had?
Okay, so of course we have our counselors, and we are going to have extra support staff available as far as counseling. Can you hear me? We're good? I'm sorry. Is that better? Got me? Okay. One of the things I think that we need to be clear about is we need to be clear that students who are wearing masks are not just students who are medically fragile or can't be vaccinated. There are plenty of reasons why students are wearing masks. They may have someone in their family that they need to protect. They may themselves need to protect themselves, or they may just feel safer wearing a mask. And I think letting teachers know and kids know that unmasked doesn't mean vaccinated, and masked means vaccinated, and that we're exposing kids. So I think there's plenty of reasons why people are wearing masks, and that we need to make sure we emphasize that. So giving teachers talking points also in having those conversations with students and finding out what's happening there. We also have some of the supports, the counseling office, of course, and then we also have some outside providers that we work with that sit on some of our multi-tiered systems of support teams, our MTSS teams in our building, that provide added support to our teams to help with our students who are having difficulty. Is that what you're?
I was wondering about the safety net, if you will,
Gotcha.
the support systems that we have. Thank you.
The other thing I was just going to emphasize real quickly is when Joy was talking about the masking, if we had a choice between masking or physically distancing, we wouldn't be in school every day. if we had to physically distance. So the mask is the last thing to take away. The physical distance piece would keep our kids at home still. We would still have to come every other day. Our buses would be different, everything would be different. So we're really trying to take that measure step by step. I also feel like I would be remiss if I didn't thank the people on our health and safety team, because Bob and I would not have made it through last year without them. The hours that we put into weekends, evenings. I didn't have one vacation day last year, and I would do it all over again if I had to, because I felt like we were doing everything we needed to do to keep kids safe. We had so many conversations late at night when we got a purposeful call that we needed to take care of. We sent texts right away, everyone jumped on a call. So we really were a team that worked very carefully to make sure our kids were safe and our staff were safe too. So I just felt like I needed to say that.
Thank you, Jean.
Thanks, Jean.
Amy?
Sure. I think most of my questions have kind of answered, but I do want to make a comment on this issue. So Gretchen made a remark about how poorly prepared so many school boards felt, not just ours, but those across the state and across the nation in facing this pandemic. And while my personal background is in veterinary medicine, I actually do have some training in both epidemiology and public health and transmissible diseases between animals and people, I too still felt a little unprepared. And so I am incredibly grateful to the health and safety team. And I do want to comment that while we have had epidemiologists and pediatrician physicians present at our meetings, the team itself is made up of a very diverse population. While their voices have been really important in bringing the expertise that we don't have on staff, we also had all of our school nurses who deal with all of our students every day and are intimately familiar with their mental health needs and unique physical needs. They are part of that team, as is Jean Knaus. Our mental health experts and counselors have input to that team. Our upper level administration who talk with principals daily are part of that team. And so they are the arm of that team that understand the logistics on the ground and the challenges about both functionally getting students to where they need to be and also what students' individual needs are and their educational needs. So there is a real triad of input on that team. It is not simply driven by the epidemiologists or the physicians. It's driven by multiple arms of what kids need. There's a word that we haven't used a lot in these discussions. We keep saying health and safety, and certainly that is our goal, the health and safety of our students. But what we're talking about is the public health needs of our community. And public health means the whole public. Public health initiatives in the United States have historically always been tied to schools. The polio vaccine was first administered in American schools. American schools are part of the public health system. We require certain vaccinations. We also provide dental health care. We ensure that children receive physical exams if they're not able to obtain them on their own. We connect students with things like CHIP, the health insurance network in our state. Schools have been integral to public health for decades. And we continue to play that role for both the health of our students and for the health of our entire community. So I really appreciate that this plan has the input it has. As Dr. O'Donnell said, there are only 6 counties in our state who have a county-wide Department of Health. And that leaves our state really at a loss in terms of having local input. So we are extraordinarily fortunate to have the expertise they've provided. And in the beginning, we didn't always agree, right? In the early stages of the pandemic, there were differences in opinion between some of the people on the board and some people in the team. And we still did what we could to have students in school physically as often as possible. And while we can't easily compare ourselves with data to the rest of the state, in my conversations with other board members across the state, having made connections there, we are one of the few districts who have been in school, be it every other day for our secondary students, for long periods of time. Aside from a short break in the winter, we were in buildings in January and February, and that's a real achievement, both to our administration and to the input we've received from that team. So I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful that you are willing to continue to provide that expertise for us moving forward this year. as we face potential challenges with other variants that may impact our countywide numbers. I'm hopeful that our community will still continue to make wise decisions, to take safe precautions, to get vaccinated if they're able to and it's safe to, and that will help keep our countywide numbers down and our students in school with the least number of precautions necessary. Thanks.
Thank you. Laurel?
Thank you. I had a couple of specific questions. In the plan itself that we've got here, page 6 refers to quarantining, and it refers you to the CDC page, but on the CDC page it says right away your local authorities are going to talk about what the quarantining requirements are and all. So where will that happen? So, because that's what I'm concerned about, it not being in here specifically.
So where, are you asking for the direction of the quarantine that we provide to families so they know when and how it's going to take place?
Well, and as that changes perhaps.
Correct.
Is that a school decision? Are there any people that would we go, because the CDC says talk to the local folks, and that's what we're linking to in here.
And we will. We'll meet with the Department of Health and get on the same page that and make revisions to the information that we provided last year. It really comes down to the difference between the masking and the 3 to 6 foot distancing for K-12 kids, which is different. So we need to have 2 actually separate quarantine documents to follow with that. And so we have not revised that, and usually Department of Health will provide us some samples of that, and we haven't seen those yet.
So that will get attached once you have that to this,
Correct.
because I know you said recently that this is a much smaller plan, so it can be more compact.
Right.
But that is something that I think we need to be very specific about.
Yes, I think we should, what I plan to do, like you had just referred to, this plan is much shorter. It is very concise and explicit as to what PDE was requiring from us. There are a lot of questions we still need to answer internally that I feel parents are going to need that information. For example, field trips is a good, that was something that was in our previous plan that wasn't required in this one, but I still think we need information about that. So we'll be doing some revisions to our family, our pandemic plan that we provided to families, the family handbook, and we'll include that information in there.
And then I also had a question for Dr. O'Donnell. You've talked about this being more flexible, and I thought we had actually last year given you a fair amount of authority to make the decisions on a day-to-day basis as we went through. So I'm wondering what types of things you're thinking of as being different this year that you might, for instance, be able to do that you didn't feel you had the authority to do last year.
Well, this in here specifically to change mitigation protocol.
Okay,
The
so
next
last year it was
action-
sort of in or
yeah.
out, but not.
Yeah, that wasn't,
Okay.
that flexibility didn't exist in that plan. So say we go through the first month of the school year, and we're seeing, I'm hoping and praying for this, that we would see the same level of presence of COVID-19 in the community that we're seeing right now. And we would have conversations, and people like me would say, hey, what do you think about dropping the masks? And I would just want the ability to do that. Or if we're in the first couple of weeks of school and we see some cases, we're seeing kids quarantined, we may change the secondary plan to be all kids masked. Or if we're struggling managing it, we might shift it to all kids. So I just want the flexibility for us to be able to pivot on a dime and make the decisions and not have to come back to the board and ask you to make the decision. I think it's an operational decision. I think it's what the state told us to do last year in regard to the plan. We didn't have much guidance, and if we could go back and read, I don't get up in regard to safety at 4:30 in the morning and look and see if there's going to be ice on the roads and give you a call. I make the decision with input from meteorologists and the police who are on the streets as well as the road crews. That's how we do it, and I kind of feel like these are the not meteorologists, but the other professionals we look to on what's coming down the street or coming at us and the status of our community. So that's kind of how I'm looking at the flexibility, Laurel.
That's really very helpful. I appreciate that, because I do think that's a question that I had about, well, weren't we flexible last year?
Right.
But I understand that better now. And then my other question is, We've got the health and safety piece, but as you begin to make some of those changes, what other folks do you consult with? Is there a teacher team, administration team, like who will be on
Right.
that end once the safety people have said, okay, we think this or that is okay, to see about the actual impact in classrooms?
Yeah, you bet. Obviously, I talk a lot with assistant superintendents, principals, directors, and as I mentioned earlier, I speak regularly with faculty, including our association president. Obviously, our curriculum director for secondary has many direct reports who are faculty members who are teacher leaders of departments, Chris Merritt. Our elementary curriculum directors, speaking directly with faculty and principals as well. So those people I interact with on a regular basis. And, when I'm in schools, I check in with people. I stop by faculty offices or lunchrooms and say hi. And, many times someone will say, hey, Bob, you got a minute? And so, I'm listening to faculty as well. I'm a dad. I had 3 kids in the schools last year, and I heard their stories from the different levels and what they were going through, just like you did. And I talked to you folks, and I go to the same grocery stores as our families and sidelines at games and things. So I get my ear full in many different ways, and I take those questions and concerns and the ones that I think are reasonable, I take to the health and safety team, and we talk about it. And I just want the ability to have a little bit more flexibility. The next action item on the agenda actually looks at, if we're in a real serious situation, what do we have to do if we had to close schools? That's, separate from this, and that's actually a state requirement part of it. But as far as the plan goes, input from people around the school community, obviously. Well, when we talk about health and safety, I'm looking to people that have expertise. It's when I look to see if there's an ice storm coming, I call the people who are experts at interpreting that data to tell me the ice storm's coming, and then I usually err on the side of caution and call it delay. In these situations,
There will be order in this room.
sorry. So that's really.
Excuse
That's
me.
really well used.
Excuse me. This is the superintendent of schools answering board questions. If you're not able to be quiet, we will have to take a recess.
Laura, I hope that helps you.
Yes, it does. I appreciate that explanation and the analogy to weather.
I miss weather calls, by the way.
I had a couple of questions. I think some questions that some parents had sent in that, I'm sorry, if you can't be, if you're not able to wait to make a public comment, you can send us an email, but right now we're having a board discussion. My question is for Jean. So a few parents had sent in questions, and I said I would pass along. In the previous plan, there had been a little more detail in regard to, like, the desks would all be facing the same direction, sort of in rows in classrooms, and as well as, like, that students would be eating lunch in the classroom at the elementary level. And some of that level of detail is not in the plan right now, and is that for flexibility as we move through the year? But do you have a sense, like, as we begin the year, in terms of, like, desks in classrooms and how that, and lunch at the elementary level, how that might be arranged?
Correct. It was really, can you hear me? It was really important for the teachers to have tables and carpets back in their classrooms, but we didn't want to remove the desks because we didn't want to provide that labor-intensive activity to do that, of taking them out and storing them if we needed to bring things back. It is okay to put the desks face-to-face and in groups. That'll still be 3 feet physically distanced between the kids, and we're allowing carpets and the tables in there, but those will be the first thing removed if we need to further physically distance our students.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks. Hi. Okay, I had a couple other questions. I'm sorry, I would like to say at this point, there have been over 600,000 Americans have died of COVID over the past year and a half. And there's nothing funny about this topic, and it's not a joke. And if we can't have an orderly discussion, it really makes me feel bad about our community's empathy for people who have suffered in this pandemic. And if you haven't experienced the death of a loved one or have friends who've experienced the death of a loved one, my point is that this is not funny, okay? Okay, so I'm going to move forward with my question. So we received many emails this afternoon from parents after the American Academy of Pediatrics.
This is standard operating procedure for a board meeting. The board holds a discussion. There is no time limitation for board members to have a discussion. That's why you have elected us. The continuation of your disruption prolongs your opportunity, makes you wait longer to have your opportunity to comment. So if you would let the individuals finish their questions, we can gladly move on to public comment.
So the question that I had in regard to, because we did have so many parents emailing us asking that we follow the American Academy of Pediatrics recommendations, just some thoughts on my understanding from having read their recommendations was that part of it was a concern that schools didn't have systems in place to monitor vaccinated versus unvaccinated students, and our district had already begun putting that structure in place so that we would be able to manage that. But I guess my question would be, for those parents who have asked that we follow that protocol, any thinking on the pros and cons of this perspective? And I guess one of my thoughts had been, what the CDC is certainly trying to encourage vaccination as being an even greater protection than mask wearing. And is that your sense of how we weigh those pros and cons?
I think you've given a great example of the two schools of thought of this at this point. We do want to encourage vaccination. The CDC has taken the stance of trying to provide those incentives, because if you're vaccinated, your chance of getting or transmitting COVID is so much less that the mask is needed less in that situation. The pediatricians, that expert Academy of Pediatricians, is faced with the real world fact right now that not all of our kids can get vaccinated. And so it's trying to find that balance.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that feedback. Okay, any other board questions before we move on to public comment?
I will just make
Yeah,
one more
thank you.
comment, and that's in the healthcare community, we've talked about being nimble through all of this. So we've talked about flexibility of the plan and being able to change on the fly. Make no mistake, I think every one of us up here wants school to be business as usual and kids unmasked and able to be close and in reading circles and those sorts of things. And we hope to get to that point during this year. Much like last year when Penn State was going to come back and we didn't know what that would do to the cases and rates in our community, we face that at the start of school again this year. Our rates this summer are really low, and that's great, and we're all feeling more comfortable with more interaction. I am, and my advice to families in the office. And if rates stay this low or lower, then we have the opportunity to move forward with some of that. If cases at Penn State bring a lot more COVID to this community, I was the biggest advocate last year for separating those numbers out because of the argument that I didn't think that the Penn State students would trickle over in our community when so many mitigation measures were in place. And we're just not sure what that's going to look like because we don't know how many of them are vaccinated, and we know their interaction in the community is probably going to be higher.
Right.
I really hope a lot of them are vaccinated. That would be fantastic. And I hope that's the way this plays out. But we have to continue to look at the numbers and make decisions based on the most up-to-date information that we have, and that's what we've been doing.
Thank you. I really appreciate that answer. It's really thorough and helpful. Yeah, okay. Any other questions?
Amber, can you hear me?
Anything? Oh, I'm sorry. Scott, I'm sorry. It's actually not easy to hear you either. I see your hand raised.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, a little bit.
All right, sorry.
Now we can.
So, a couple things. I guess first of all, I won't spend a lot of time rehashing the thanks towards all the individuals on the safety team. We've heard that around the table, so I'll just simply say ditto to all of the other thanks. They really put forth a great effort, and we appreciate it, especially in an imperfect situation and with a lot of challenges thrown at them. There's been some commentary about the AAP report. Last year in the late summer or early fall, they came out and said that all kids should be in school, but we didn't do it, and that report was largely downplayed. Now the AAP is saying that everyone should be masked, and we want to use that report to support our views. I use those two differences to say I think we just really need to be careful as to what information and statistics we begin to track to help us make decisions, especially if we're building flexibility into the health and safety plan. We can't just pick and choose based on individual desires, chosen narratives. We have to be very, very consistent regardless of where that information leads us, even if it leads us into a place that maybe we don't personally agree with. And I think Dr. O'Donnell kind of alluded to that previously in some of his comments relative to the health and safety team and just where things went. So to that point, do we have a better feel for the parameters by which we would deviate from CDC or health department, quote unquote recommendations versus mandates? I know that there are some elements that are listed in the health and safety plan, and using the weather analogy, we know if there's no school on the ground and there's no snow, if there's no snow on the ground and there's no snow forecasted, we're going to have school. We also know that if we have 2 feet of snow on the ground, we're not going to have school. Do we have some rough guardrails or guidelines for how we're going to look at the potential data points that are in the health and safety plan, just so that the community has a little bit of a better sense for where things are trending, what's happening, and maybe can better understand and support any of the decisions made by health and safety team and the district. So that would be my my first question or comment if somebody wants to respond to that.
Do either of you want to weigh in on how we look at, obviously we're looking at, as I shared, many variables when we look at presence of the virus in our buildings, if we're seeing cases. Last year, obviously, when we saw an increase in the community that was sizable, as we also said we kept an eye on hospital capacity. There were many variables that we're looking at. Do you want to weigh in on how we approach those conversations?
I guess the only thing I would add to that is the largely unknown that we have right now is vaccination coverage, sort of within the total school population, and that's the way that we've been discussing it mostly within the group is. So that's the total school population, including all staff and students, and I mean at this point we're sort of in the 2 feet of snow kind of situation here in terms of risk, that the overall vaccination coverage rates in all the school settings is well below what we think is would be safe for a return to pre-pandemic school operations, and that's why we've made the suggestion that we put in place these mitigation efforts with some level of distancing and continuation of masks to, because we're in a high risk setting. The cases at present are low, which is great, but we're not particularly in school right now, right? We're looking ahead to what September will be, and unfortunately, the thing that we've seen is that the weather, the weather conditions here change very quickly, right? We're not talking about a hurricane that you get to see coming, a week out. We're talking about a tornado that accelerates and ramps up really, really quickly, and changes conditions almost immediately. So we're primarily focusing now on the measures that we're aware of, right, which are the state level mitigation efforts, the plans for Penn State, and the vaccination coverage rates that we know we have now. And if those things change, then our evaluation of what risk and what case rates may be in the future will change accordingly.
Thanks.
Now thank you. That's very helpful. And I guess, when all this started, we kind of had a dashboard where we were tracking some different data, some key, metrics relative to the spread of the virus and cases and things like that. And perhaps as we get a little deeper into the school year, we can have something similar that, again, I'm just trying to think of transparency for, the community being able to know and understand how it is the district is making decisions, especially in instances where it may deviate, whether it's one way or the other, from the CDC or local guidelines, whatever that might be. So that's very helpful. I guess the second, I have three questions. The second question relates to the vaccination passports and the tracking. I mean, just personally, I don't agree with it. I don't support it in general, but definitely, under no circumstance would I support that when a vaccine is still in emergency use. I mean, we're essentially participating in the largest clinical trial in history, and I got vaccinated, so I'm not an anti-vaxxer or anything like that, but it just concerns me when we start to track information on something that isn't an approved vaccine. And it's very different from other vaccines. Amy made a great point about how important the public schools are in public health. And we get vaccination information, et cetera. And it's similar, but it's different because those are approved vaccines. And in a year and a half or 2 years, whatever it takes for this to get approved, I would certainly expect that would be, a requirement of schools. But right now we're not there. So that concerns me. And my question really is regarding that tracking, what are we going to do? How are we going to enforce, that tracking vis-a-vis masking if in fact there is, a decision that vaccinated individuals do not have to wear masks and unvaccinated individuals do? Who's that going to fall to? How are we going to identify it? And Dr. O'Donnell, that's something of a rhetorical question. I don't want to put you on the spot relative to an operating matter. I'm not trying to get into that, but I'm just trying to figure out who we're putting kind of under the microscope when there are questions relative to that.
Obviously, that's our administrative team and our faculty and communicating with them. Scott.
Okay, all right. So I guess my third and final item relates to the conversation on the Delta variant. I've heard that it's much more contagious than the original, and that came up tonight. However, I've also heard reports that it has lesser virulence, side effects, impact, morbidity, whatever that might be. I'm not an epidemiologist.
Those reports are incorrect. Your assessment of that is incorrect.
Okay, so that is not true then?
That is not true, no. And I am an epidemiologist.
No, I'm not questioning that. I'm just saying I had heard that was the case, so that was my question was, is that true or not? And you answered that question, so I appreciate that. Because if it was, I thought we had to talk about both statistics kind of at the same time, but if it's not true, then the level of contagiousness is very, very valid and speaks to itself. So I appreciate that. Thanks for that answer. And that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I can go back and make another comment about the AAP statement.
Sure.
I think the take-home point of that statement that came out is we need to get kids back in school. And where we feel good that we were open most of last year, there was a very large number of families and students who did not feel safe going into the school environment.
Right.
So the take-home message of that is we need to get our kids back in the classroom. Academics are one portion of school, and there's so much other social and emotional development that needs to happen, and kids need that environment to navigate situation with their peers and have interactions in person with teachers and these multi-dimensional learning experiences that I think the statement is we don't want to do anything that might jeopardize the ability for kids to be in school with increased quarantines or having to shut down because of case numbers in buildings and those sorts of things. And with so many thoughts on different sides of the vaccine argument, I don't know that we want to get into that tonight, but it means we can't eliminate all our other mitigation measures because vaccine rates are not high at this point.
And we want parents to feel safe sending their children to school too.
Absolutely.
Okay. Any other questions? Laurel?
Not a question, just a brief comment. I am looking forward to hearing public opinion, and I appreciate people coming and giving us comments. And signs are wonderful, but what I hope some of you will share as you do talk is you're thinking about those many choices that we face. It's easy to just say, signs are fine, and we can have signs on both sides, but I'm really listening for and want to hear that weighing of how your decision and your decision, a person and a person, affect each other. Because when we say, let me make the decision, what resources do we have for people who make another decision? So I hope some of you, as you speak, will, and I know 2 minutes is not long, but I still hope that you will talk about that. And know that we are listening. We are wrestling with this.
All right. Any other comments before we? Okay. So during public comment, if we could hold, cheering and applause, or and certainly please don't, boo anyone's comments. Like, let's just make sure we try and keep this a safe and, a welcoming place for everyone's comments. Would be my request of everyone this evening. So. In terms of moving into public comment, each person would, if you could come to the podium, and we also will have people who are joining us remotely who would like to make a public comment. And I think, Lynn, would you be able to help with, I'm not sure how we want to.
Amber?
Yep, Jim.
Were the people that signed up that said they deferred till
Yeah.
later, would you give them preference? I mean, I don't know if Lynn kept track of that, but.
That's a good idea.
It seems to me
we have that document,
Yeah.
so we'll start with the sign up. Okay, and if we could try to please keep 6 feet of distancing, and just, no, I'm sorry, there may be people who would like to make a public comment who would like to have some space, so please keep some distance.
All right, let's start with the first. The first individual is Liping Yi. She's joining remotely. No? Vanessa? No? Okay. Next on the list is Amy Bilyeu from College Township joining remotely. No? Ari Giros from Bollesburg.
Hi, Ari.
Hey, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Thank you for all of what you do for health and safety and special ed and all the things that you do. What I want to discuss this evening is about the health and safety plan. Like for like vaccinated people like myself, I don't agree with no masking, because how would you figure out who's vulnerable during this time? Like myself, I'm very vulnerable because I have upper respiratory infections every month, and every year with sinus and ear infections. So please think about vulnerable people like us, even though we're special needs or not. And thank you everyone for the special ed department for figuring out how to do this during this pandemic. Also, can we please reconsider the health and safety plan for the vaccinated people, especially for the special needs and the vulnerable people that gets infections every month. Please, let's think about the vaccinated people. Let's think about the special needs people that get sick a lot every day, and all of this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ari. Thanks for your comments.
All right, I'm going to go through the list, even though they did not respond earlier. Ann Demo from Gaslight Circle. No. Bethany Heim from Ferguson Township. No. Angela Petrick from Port Matilda. No. Sue Kessinger. Derek Leidig, Port Matilda, in person. Okay. Rebecca Henn, Gaynor Drive, in person. Jennifer Maggs, State College Borough, remotely. Yes. Okay.
Hi, Jennifer. If you'd like to speak, you can unmute yourself, and then you'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you. So I wanted to say thank you for your dedication to making the schools safer for everyone. And as a parent, I was especially impressed by the renewed plans to support student well-being. But I have 2 comments about the mitigation strategies to reduce airborne transmission. And these are especially because we now know more than last year that the virus builds up and hangs around in the air. So my perspective is to help me feel safer sending my child to school every day. So we've heard Delta is dominant, it's 4 times more transmissible. Delta cases are rising in young people, and the number of children with long COVID is really frightening. So my 2 comments are, 1 on ventilation. The new safety plan refers to the recent CDC guidelines, and the CDC website refers to best practices from ASHRAE and has very specific standards about filtration and air exchange and so on. But I felt like the SCASD plan was pretty vague, referring to improvements in monitoring in a general sense. So my question is, could SCASD commit to more specific standards and metrics that could be reported to us as parents? For example, which schools and which classrooms have what levels of air exchange, what areas have centralized HEPA filtration to what standard, what areas have standalone units, and are those there? And how are you going to monitor, and how often are you going to monitor the air exchange in the school? So I appreciate your efforts, but the more specific information would be really helpful in terms of standards and metrics. And then second, on masks, I just wanted to urge you to reinstate a universal masking plan as recommended today by the American Academy of Pediatrics, as we've been talking about. We know that masks reduce transmission, and so every layer of protection will help to keep the staff, the children, and their families healthier so they can continue to attend school in person safely. And I think that we have a lot of different opinions, but I think that's a goal that we all share, to keep children attending school in person and safely, as well as the staff. Thank you.
Thank you. And for your specific question in regard to ventilation, if you could just send us an email or send me an email, we should be able to get more information to you. Okay.
All right, the next individual is Hong Wu, remotely. Yes.
Okay. Hongwoo, are you there? If you're able to, it looks like you're unmuted. You can introduce yourself, and then you'll have 2 minutes.
Is it my turn?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I just want to offer my help to the universal masking policy, not policy. But I just feel that we all need to continue to be vigilant to help keep each other safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for your comments.
Michelle Young, Ferguson Township.
I was going to make my comments tonight about the district's vaccine passport requirement, but changed my mind after recent statements made by district leadership to push staff and students to make a medical decision that is in line with what Big Brother thinks is best. Statements like, We do not want to de-incentivize getting vaccinated, or we do not want to encourage not getting vaccinated, or we do not want to make it easier for the unvaccinated to stay unvaccinated. I fully supported the administration as a neutral body focused on the safety of our students. I am deeply disappointed that that is no longer the case. When district policy is made to incentivize vaccination and make it harder for the unvaccinated to stay unvaccinated, the district is overstepping their responsibilities for student safety and are now participating in partisan public policy by rewarding vaccination and punishing those that have made decisions, medical decisions, not aligned with what the district wants. I am not anti-vaccine. I am anti-segregation and I'm anti-discrimination. Discrimination against families that have made decisions not to vaccinate at this time for personal reasons or medical necessity. The masking policy should be the same for all. I personally do not believe that masks should be required for children as their risk is incredibly low. The CDC only recommends, it does not mandate indoor masking for unvaccinated individuals. SCASD should follow CDC guidelines and recommend masking for all individuals, not mandate it. But if no risk safety for all students is the only focus of this policy, then there should be mandated masking for all. Again, the AAP recommends masking for all children in school, regardless of vaccination status. Dr. O'Donnell says the goal is masking optional for all. What criteria needs to be met to declare success? There is no path to get to masking optional for all with the proposed mandates. It is my hope that all students at the secondary level will mask up in solidarity with their fellow students in defiance of the district's attempt to dehumanize their peers for their medical decisions.
Okay.
Ariel Gerard Bolsberg.
Yes, my name is Ariel Gerard. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. I just want to say I don't envy any of you being in the position you're in, and while there are a lot of opposing views on the efficacy of masks, I would like to share my time pleading that you consider not those views, but the Nuremberg Code, the United States Code of Federal Regulations, and the FDA regulations as they relate to informed consent when it comes to emergency use authorization for masks. All COVID-19 masks, whether surgical, N95 or otherwise, are authorized, not approved or licensed by the federal government. They are of emergency use authorization only. Emergency use authorization products are, by definition, experimental and thus require the right to refuse. Under the Nuremberg Code, the foundation of ethical medicine, no one may be coerced to participate in a medical experiment. Consent of the individual is absolutely essential. Federal law states, as specified in Title 21 USC, subsection 360 BBB 3E 1A 2, items 1 through 3 of the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, that individuals to whom the product is administered are informed, 1, that the Secretary has authorized the emergency use of the product, 2, of the significant known and potential benefits and risks of such use, and of the extent to which such benefits and risks are unknown, and 3, the option to accept or refuse administration of the product, of the consequences, if any, of refusing administration of the product, and of alternatives to the product that are available, and of their benefits and risks. Misrepresenting the use of a mask as being intended for antimicrobial or antiviral protection, and or misrepresenting masks for use of infection,
Ma'am,
prevention,
we've
or
reached
reduction.
the 2-minute point.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just that we have a lot of people lined up.
Ashley McDonald, Ferguson Township, in person.
Oh, you can come to the front if you'd like to come to the podium. We're working from the list of people who had signed up first, so.
Okay, good evening. I stand before you today as a concerned mom of 4 SCASD students.
In just a few moments, you're going to be given the opportunity to do better for our children. You'll be given the opportunity to vote no on this action item. A vote no simply means that the health and safety team can go back to the drawing board and either make masks optional, one rule for all, or get creative in their approach of caring for our children's safety. I would argue that masks have been more detrimental to the learning process, mental and emotional health, and social abilities amongst our children than they have been helpful for slowing any spread. Research shows the devastating effects masks have on people's health. I was told just today by 2 board members that the health and safety team is following the CDC recommendations for masking. Yet, to my knowledge, CDC has recommended, not mandated, masking of children. Here we have a proposed plan before us tonight that will not only mandate masks for unvaccinated individuals, but in turn will create a discriminatory, segregated community filled with increased bullying incidents. I heard a board member say that all she wants for her child is to have an equitable and free education in our district, one where it is safe. Interesting to me that it applies when the LGBTQ transgender issues are being discussed, or even religious preferences, but bring up a vaccination status and slap a mask on those unvaccinated, and all of a sudden an equitable education goes out the window. We can do better for our kids. You, every one of you up there on this stage, can do better for our kids. I urge you to vote no and force the team to go back to the drawing board. Make masks optional, one rule for all, like many surrounding districts have done, and put the decision-making back into the hands of the parents when it comes to the students' health. Get back to educating the kids and focusing on giving them the best education possible. Your aim is way off, but tonight you have the ability to refocus it. Please, hear the heart of many parents and do what is right. Each of you were presented with a petition signed by now more than 360 plus people in this district urging for mask mandates to cease. I appreciate you reading it, taking it into consideration. Thank you.
Lane State College Borough remotely. Vanessa Mark Kissling. Yes. Okay.
Hi, Mark. If you would like to introduce yourself, and then you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, my name is Mark Kissling. This coming year, I'll have 2 children at Radio Park Elementary. I urge the board to maintain masking requirements for all students, teachers, and staff inside schools until COVID-19 is under control and children are eligible and able to be vaccinated. This request is consistent with the guidance issued yesterday by the American Academy of Pediatrics, which recommends masking for all people in schools older than 2 years, not just for students, not just for those who are unvaccinated. I know that masks can be a nuisance and are, in many cases, not optimal for teaching and learning. Yet they present minimal hindrance while being optimal for public health. Please remember that with SCASD's masking requirements last year, we saw a successful school year despite very difficult circumstances. Today, when I asked my 3rd grader for his thoughts about the proposed plan to allow those vaccinated to go unmasked in his school, he said 2 things. First, remember, vaccinated people can still get COVID. And second, it might be hard for students to understand why they have to wear masks, but teachers don't have to. Both points are salient. I'll end with 4 beliefs of mine that I hope you'll consider. 1, our children pay the price when masks are optional. 2, the district's stated commitment to inclusivity will be undermined by a masks optional policy. 3, a universal mask requirement will lessen the burden on school leaders who are charged with making decisions about whom should be masked. 4, a COVID vaccine should be part of the clearances for all school personnel. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments.
Alex Sahakian, College Township.
Good evening. My name is Alex Sahakian. I'm a parent of 2 students in the district, one that attends Spring Creek and one at Mount Nittany Middle School. I'm here tonight because I'm gravely concerned that my children are losing their chance at having a similar experience that I had in State High and in the school district, which was a great one. Their past school year and a portion of the previous year have been a total loss from the standpoint of their social components of elementary and middle school, which are very important to their experience. I'm concerned we might be embarking on now a path that will rob them of yet another year in the same way. Obviously, COVID was something that was new to all of us. It was natural for us to react with some fear and caution, but we're approaching 18 months now, and we've learned a lot. Out of 598,000 deaths in the United States that involve COVID, only 397 were between the ages of 0 and 17. That's from the CDC's website this morning. I'm not trying to downplay the importance of lives. All lives are important, but 12,000 children a year die in different accidents that happen. Involving motor vehicles, drowning, those types of things. Those risks are okay for us to take, and this smaller risk here, for some reason, is driving us to be overly cautious. I think it's a risk we should be willing to take. There's very little evidence that supports mask wearing. The CDC itself in 2020 concluded that it does not have any effectiveness in stopping the spread of influenza. Sweden has kept their schools open with no problem, with children going to school with no masking. I believe the risks to the children are low enough, and the science on both masking and vaccines is unsettled enough that when we say our goal is optional masking for children, this means it should be optional for those children whose parents have chosen to vaccinate and those who have not. This should be a parental decision in light of the low risk to children and the emergency status of the vaccines. The proposed plan to allow vaccinated students to unmask and mingle while forcing unvaccinated students to sit in the corner masked and distanced from everyone else reeks of peer pressure tactics and straight-out bullying behavior. The very type of behavior we would reprimand our children for, not policy that we would expect from our own administration.
State College Borough. Simpson.
If you're here. Hi. Yeah. Thanks. So if you could just introduce yourself, and then you'll have 2 minutes.
Well, before the timer, can I just thank all the little children that came out today and are here for 2.5 hours? So thank you. So my name is Deborah Tack, and I live and work in the borough of State College with my family and SCASA students. As I read the proposal for the upcoming school year regarding the health and safety plan, I had several questions. Have you considered that you are missing a key implementation for tonight's proposal? The missing implementation is optional masks for all students. Without this idea written in the proposal, the Director of Student Services is going to be getting a lot of phone calls, emails, and visits from parents. Why are children being discriminated against for not receiving a vaccine? Are children who tested positive for COVID and recovered expected to receive an experimental therapy so they do not have to wear a mask? Are families being made to reconsider their beliefs regarding vaccines just to keep their children safe from ridicule, bullying, and social injustice? Is the school district willingly creating division and discrimination as some children wear masks and others do not wear them? We need to stand up against prejudice and discrimination. We need to be a school district that welcomes children from all backgrounds, beliefs, and philosophical ideals. The social and emotional stigma and stress put on these children because they have been forced to wear masks over the past year has caused high levels of depression, strong desires to drop out of school, and strong desires to continue in isolation. And now the school board is voting to make masks optional for some and not for others. I'm very concerned that the discrimination will lead to even more depression and negative social behaviors for the upcoming school year. Teenagers in many age groups want to fit in. Many do not want to be different. To be called out and seen as unclean or dirty or diseased because someone is forced to wear a mask is causing health issues and discrimination that has not been seen since the Nazis in Germany considered Jews and other groups undesirable and forced them to wear armbands during World War II. Again, a policy needs to be implemented that masks are optional, period. Vaccines and any experimental therapies need to be optional, period. Please understand my family has had vaccines. I'm not anti-vaccine. I respect the personal choice of those who are against vaccines, and I expect the same justice and kindness from those who do not agree with my personal beliefs. The CDC says, and I quote, "You should get a COVID-19 vaccine regardless of whether you already had COVID-19. That's because experts do not yet know how long you are protected from getting sick again after recovering from COVID-19, end quote. The CDC says you should. It does not say all must get the vaccine. The CDC says they do not know. I appreciate the CDC's honesty in this statement. The disclosures provided with the current COVID vaccines also say that they do not know how long they
We've
will
reached the
protect
2 minutes.
against the
No,
virus.
your time is up.
Even
Please
if
step
it
away
will
from the
prevent it
microphone.
at all. Therefore,
Thank you.
If you don't abide by the rules, we'll take a recess.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Next
Next is
comment.
Shoko
Thank you.
Murakami.
Shoko Murakami, if you're. We're moving on to the next. Thank you. So our next commenter is Shoko. If you're on the Zoom, I think Shoko was joining remotely. Okay, I think she's not here.
No.
Okay, Jamie Miller.
Yeah.
Okay. Jamie. Right, that's why we're limiting each comment to 2 minutes.
Yes, I'm here. Hear me?
We can hear you, Ms. Miller. If you would like to introduce yourself, and then you'll have 2 minutes.
Yes, my name is Jamie Miller. I have 4 kids, 3 that have graduated through State College School District, and my youngest, 14, is a child in special education. She has had to be in remote school, not even because of a personal choice, but because of a recommendation by her doctor. I very much applaud and I thank Dr. Drass for her words, because not all students have been able to feel safe in school for the last year and a half. My daughter was finally able to participate in ESY. There's been many comments about people feeling isolated, and we have firsthand experienced the isolation, not because of anything that the school district has done, but because we have had to be isolated for the last year and a half of our lives. Very few people have experienced the isolation that we have felt out of medical necessity. I am heartbroken that there are not more people in the district that are willing to do more to protect the most vulnerable in our society. My daughter, even though she is vaccinated, she is at high risk being around somebody who is unvaccinated due to the fact that she is in a vulnerable group, even though she is vaccinated. She has to work very closely with paraprofessionals and other people in a way that other 14-year-olds do not have to. My daughter needs to be around people who are willing to mask for her, and that will be enforced so that she is able to have the right to her education, just like all of your children have had the right to have the education. I want to thank the Health and Safety Board for trying to do their very best to keep our children safe. I am looking forward for my daughter being able to return to have her education back by ensuring us that unvaccinated individuals will be masked, not to be isolated, but so that people who are vulnerable can be protected. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your comments.
Sarah Carlson from Ferguson Township joining remotely? No? Okay. Andrea Dubois, Ferguson Township? Yes.
Okay. Miss Andrea Dubois, if you would like to unmute yourself and introduce yourself, then you'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Andrea Dubois. Under the plan you are presenting tonight, you have stated in a previous email that, quote, the district leaders, while continuing to collaborate with the health and safety team, would monitor community transmission, vaccination coverage, and the occurrence of district outbreaks to guide the health and safety decisions throughout the year. Our ultimate goal, however, remains to have mask optional for all students district-wide, end quote. My question to you is, what is the exact threshold of occurrences for district outbreaks, community outbreaks, and vaccination rates at which you will recommend a mask optional policy if you do not recommend it tonight? If you do not have an exact number for these thresholds, then you don't have a plan. The community deserves to know those threshold numbers, how they will be monitored, etc., and what to expect throughout the year. How often will this data be evaluated? What are those thresholds that will allow optional masking? Also, please consider what giving separate rules to vaccinated and unvaccinated students would mean socially within the school environment. We have already seen record numbers of mental health cases due to the handling of COVID from federal down to the local level. Making different rules for students depending on what choices are made medically will only increase this problem, which in many ways is worse than the possibility of getting COVID. Our students and staff, all of them, regardless of vaccination status, deserve to feel comfortable in their classroom without others knowing their medical choices. Let's not make a physical health problem into a larger mental health problem. Don't try to force people into what you think is best by putting them in an uncomfortable position in the classroom and incentivizing a non-approved vaccine. Follow what the CDC recommends, which is at most recommended, not mandated masking for unvaccinated. This vaccine isn't approved. Certainly, you can understand parent hesitancy. Allow people the option to make the choice that is best for them, or at the very least, recommend the same thing for all students. Please address questions and comments, during or after public comment before you vote. Oftentimes, questions and comments are not answered or addressed after public comment. People ask questions and make comments to the board and deserve answers from you, our elected officials, when they ask those questions. I ask you to vote for an optional masking policy, one rule for all, for this school year. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
Samantha Backer, Tofttrees, remote? No? Okay. Vincent Crespi, Prospect Avenue? Yes.
Okay. If you're able to unmute yourself and introduce yourself. Vincent Crespi?
Can you hear me? Sorry.
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. Yeah, I'm Vin Crespi. I have a daughter in the school system. I wanted to underline the comment on ventilation that was made and aerosol transmission. I think that's really important. I'm curious if the district will take donations of room-sized HEPA filters, for example, which I'm sure I and potentially others would be happy to make. I thought the comments on flexibility and monitoring information are very valuable, and I'd suggest perhaps considering polling the parents again. The last poll I know was in the sort of the pre-Delta era, and I think, you know, as conditions change, getting the temperature of the parents could be very valuable as input, you know, just into the whole process. I'd note on the rates that we're going to see in the community to note that the rates per 100,000 are dividing by the full population, which is actually 40,000 high right now because the undergrads aren't there, so they're dividing by too big a number. And it also, those cases are concentrated in the unvaccinated, who's the majority of our student population. And if you take those into account, the actual rate is among the unvaccinated in Center County is probably more than double the rate that we see, and the rate that we see has doubled in the past week. So it's going to really be valuable to us to monitor that and keep in mind those changes in the denominator that affect the interpretation of that number. Finally, on contact tracing, I note the CDC policy is you need to have the layered mitigation, which includes the ventilation underlying that, and also well-fitted masks. So be mindful of the need for well-fitted masks in the contact tracing criteria. Thank you very much. I really appreciate all of your efforts.
Okay, thank you. And like the other comment about ventilation, if you'd like to send the board or me an email, we can provide some more information on the district's ventilation strategies. Okay.
Michelle Campos, State College, remote? Nope. Verna Kale, Park Forest. Yes.
Hi, Verna. If you'd like to unmute yourself and introduce yourself, then you'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hi, I'm Verna Kale. I'm a resident in Patton Township in the Park Forest neighborhood. My concern is for the middle schools in particular. The requirement is that vaccinated students do not have to wear masks and unvaccinated do. And I just want to know how this is going to be feasibly enforced by teachers, especially when there are parents, and we've heard from some tonight, who are both anti-mask and anti-vaccine. This raises concerns about time management, classroom management, and the privacy of medical records, which I know is a concern for a lot of parents on both sides of this debate. This has all been pointed out, but what about the social stigma? What about the peer pressure? Middle school is a difficult time, so why make it harder by making someone a target either because they do or don't wear a mask? We need to be consistent in protecting the students' safety, but also in protecting their privacy. their ability to interact with each other, and the teacher's ability to focus on a million other things. If everyone wears a mask, no one stands out. If everyone wears a mask, no one is harmed. If everyone wears a mask, the 6th graders and the unvaccinated 7th and 8th graders are safer. The costs of wearing a mask are minimal compared to the risk to the 6th graders who are mostly too young to be vaccinated, and the policing and social stigma among the 7th and 8th graders who don't need to wear their vaccination status and their medical history on their faces. We need to make masking universal at the middle school level, just as it will be by default at the elementary level. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Okay.
Daniel Soraka? Yes.
Yes. Daniela, if you'd like to unmute yourself and introduce yourself, and then you'll have 2 minutes. Not sure she's there.
Katie Stager.
Hi, Katie. If you'd like to unmute yourself and introduce yourself, and then you'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm a Coral Street mom of 4, ages 8, 6, 3, and 2 years old. Last year, we gave up in-person school and preschool to give other students and teachers the added safety of prolonged social distancing and to safeguard against various factors that put members of our family in the high-risk category. And I'll be honest, we still don't feel 100% safe sending our kids back to school, but our children do deserve to benefit from in-person learning just like the rest of their peers. So they are going to return to in-person school. But for us, masking isn't a choice. It is a necessity. Your child's mask protects my child, and my child's mask protects your child. An optional masking decision would exclude my kids and many other kids in our district from in-person learning opportunities. We were really pleased, we watched from a distance last year. SCASD did a fantastic job as it pertains to COVID safety. Mandatory masking did its job to keep students and staff safe. And I guess the fact that I'd like to reiterate is last year proved that masking is not a mistake. It's not something that we will regret in hindsight. However, district-wide optional masking or anything less than the AAP recommendation could be a grave mistake for any given family. We just don't know, especially with the Delta variant and Penn State students returning from all over the place. So please, I just encourage you to give families with young children, toddlers, babies, the opportunity to be vaccinated before we discuss optional masking in the district. As a nervous parent, with high-risk family concerns, I'd like to know more about the parameters that would justify decreased precautions, like optional masking. And I'd like to know more about what options will be given to parents who don't feel comfortable when or if reduced safety measures come into play. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you for your comments.
Charles Dumas, State College, remote.
Yes. Okay. Yes, if you'd like to unmute yourself and introduce yourself. Oh, we're having a little bit of feedback. If you have more than one Zoom account open, sometimes you get some feedback. We cannot hear you. I think you may have more than one Zoom account window open. If you close the other window, you will be able to hear you better. Oh, it's not working. Yeah, we'll jump to the next one and we'll let's try again. Okay, Mr. Dumas or Dr. Dumas, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, now we can hear you.
Okay. Charles Dumas, resident of the college, college elder, interactor, teacher, etc. I just want to be supportive of the use of masks and the use of the possibility of doing whatever we can to protect our children. I believe in science. I believe in the fact that the school board not only is scientific, but also has empathy and sympathy for our children. And I trust them to do the right thing with the right research. And so I support masks. I support the process of doing whatever we can to keep all of our citizens safe, particularly our children, who don't have a choice in this matter. We are choosing for them. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your comments.
Shannon Jones, in person? Okay. Jennifer Moaney, do you want to make a, no? Katie Shoemaker.
She's coming.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, come on up. I'm sorry.
My name is Jennifer Money. I'm in Ferguson Township. There's just a couple things I wanted to point out. This graph of cases and deaths in Pennsylvania is data that cannot be ignored. We are low right now. If this isn't low enough, how low is low enough? I'm asking that you vote no on this plan. This plan illegally discriminates based on whether one has participated in the emergency use authorization experimental COVID vaccine. Violates the 3 human rights codes that were mentioned earlier because mask use is dependent on consenting to this experimental vaccine. With this, it also ignores natural immunity. As was stated earlier by the experts that you had here, 40% of Penn State students had antibodies. That's a number that can't be ignored. Irish researchers just found there was only a 0.27% reinfection rate with a previous infection. Israeli researchers concluded that their infection numbers brought into the question the need to vaccinate previously infected individuals. The Cleveland Clinic study of 50,000 employees showed no benefit with vaccine if one had been previously infected with COVID. Why are we ignoring natural immunity in this plan? With teen boys, we know there is a risk of myocarditis. With that risk of the experimental shot to teens, it carries a known risk. With this plan, there is coercion and bullying that could in itself present health risk. Recognizing that this is an emotional and a political issue, unfortunately, but this also has become about discrimination when that is unnecessary due to this plan. By making masks optional, you are not violating anyone's human rights in regard to medical interventions. This is a decision that should be made by each individual. I would also, with the time I have left, point out that with approved vaccines, we all know that there are approved vaccines. With approved vaccines, there are also exemptions. With this one and this mask plan, there are no exemptions. And that is unethical. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments.
Katie Shoemaker, State College Borough. No? Katie Shoemaker? Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, she is. Okay, if you'd like to unmute yourself and introduce yourself, then you'll have 2 minutes. Hi, Katie, are you on? Not sure if it's working. Katie, I think you're still muted if you would like to speak.
Okay. Next is Michelle Schellberg from Port Matilda, in person.
Hi, I'm Michelle Schellberg from Port Matilda. I'm just curious as to why we're not considering natural immunity in this plan. I support masks being optional, and I'm wondering if you're going to make a requirement for students to be masked, how are you going to mandate and be sure that the masks that the students are wearing are safe, disinfected? My understanding is when you wear a mask, after a short period of time, the moisture causes the mask to be less effective at preventing virus transmission. So I'm wondering if you're going to provide students with new masks after every period, or how you're going to manage appropriate mask wearing. Who will be the responsible party in managing mask wearing? I can guarantee you that last year there was nobody paying attention to masks. How they're being worn, when they're being worn, if they're being changed after somebody had snot in it or dropped it, or if they're wearing the same mask for 3 days in a row. Is that something that you support? Who's managing the appropriate wearing of masks and the safety of mask wearing? You're all going to be held responsible for that, because now we've seen as parents reports of pretty nasty stuff being harbored in these masks. And I'm going to be making sure my daughter's mask is being evaluated for what's in her mask. I'm running out of time, but my student has health issues too. They won't be receiving the vaccination, and a mask is not the best option for her health. My student has asthma. She has a disease called CRPS, and she just recently was diagnosed with POTS. If you don't know it, I hope you'll all go home and look up to see what that is. She has low oxygen level, and it makes her feel faint. If my daughter passes out while wearing your mask, we will be having an issue. So I want you to consider all aspects of mask wearing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments.
Pan Michaelis? No? Okay. And then Steve Williams, do you want to come up? My apologies, I had my screen up too far.
Okay.
My name is Steve Williamson from College Township. To the 9 board members, you must vote no tonight. 8 of you voted for the discriminatory summer plan. I need 4 of you to recognize your error and vote to another discriminatory plan. 1 of the 9 of you will vote no because you believe in parent choice, you believe in representing the entire community, and freedom of choice, allowing all options on the table. 1 of you needs to vote no because of what you said at the board policy development meeting on June 30th. I quote, "What we are proposing is that these individuals are able to experience the same climate as their peers by providing a place where they can be their authentic selves." The same climate? This plan does not provide that. To be clear to everyone listening, you said this regarding gender expansive and transgender students. They are not the only students entitled to that. All students are entitled to that. You cannot make that statement 19, 20 days ago and vote yes tonight unless you are intellectually dishonest. 4 others of you attended that meeting and did not challenge that statement, nor should you. The meeting also referenced the importance of mental health for these students. Again, that must be applied to all students, not just gender expansive and transgender students. The 4 others that attended that meeting must vote no tonight, unless, of course, you are intellectually dishonest. To the remaining 3 board members, 1 of you has never responded to any of my dozen-plus emails. Vote no because it's the best for our children's education, and you clearly do not have a stake in this fight. 1 of you has never responded to any of my dozen-plus emails and has always voted to keep our children out of school last year and out of winter sports. I think your record shows that you should resign from your position immediately. You have shown no capability of representing the community at large. The last one of you has been incredibly engaging, and we completely disagree with each other about the current situation. But the fact that any compromise is not sought shows that either the health and safety team is fraudulent as currently constituted and will not engage, or that you are simply unwilling to support a view other than your own. Of the 5 board members that attended, I'm sorry.
Okay, thanks for your comments. At this point, we've gone through everyone who had pre-registered. So if anyone else would like to make a comment, please come down to the podium. I know you've been waiting. So if you'd like to introduce yourself, sorry, I'm sorry.
Patty Higgins, Ferguson Township.
Okay.
If this so-called health plan is passed, I'd like to know how the district and each individual member of this board plan to defend the mask requirements in a court of law, because that will be the next step taken by parents in this district. Recently, the CDC lost a lawsuit in federal court because they were unable to justify masking requirements or prove mask efficacy. Do you think you can? Do you possess some secret, unavailable study that the CDC doesn't have? None of you have any authority to mandate health requirements for our children. It's not what you're elected to do. Health decisions are for each individual family to make. What is right for you may not be right for me, and vice versa. But what's not right for either of us is being stripped of the freedom to choose what's best for ourselves and our families. Continuing this nonsense for another school year for a population that has little to no symptoms and 0 deaths in the entire state is asinine. Masks should be optional for everyone in every class and on every bus, regardless of vaccination status.
Hi, if you'd like to introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Dr. Colleen Crevecoeur from Harris Township. Being a parent, educator, a doctor, and someone who believes in medical science, I applaud the precautions that the school board has taken when it comes to vaccine and mask mandate. Some people refuse vaccination for themselves and their children over 12, claiming that the vaccines have not yet been FDA approved and have only received an emergency use authorization. I want to reassure these people that these vaccines are safe, and more importantly, they work. COVID-19 vaccine have now been given to over 1 billion people worldwide, with 161 million fully vaccinated people in the United States. The results are clear. These vaccines are not experimental, they save lives. Every study shows that the benefit far outweigh the risk in every age group. And nearly all people who are hospitalized with COVID-19 today in the United States are among the unvaccinated. Vaccines work. Unfortunately, though, our children under 12 cannot get them right now. According to a recent JAMA study where 869 medical facilities contributed their pediatric medical information to a special COVID-19 database, of the 2,430 pediatric patients hospitalized, 1/3 experienced severe disease requiring mechanical ventilation, and several died. These results were found to be mostly in the 2 to 11 age group. Most of these kids had underlying conditions such as diabetes, obesity, asthma, or other conditions that compromise their immune system. We wear masks to decrease the risk of spreading the COVID-19 virus to our vulnerable children by decreasing the respiratory droplets through our noses and our mouths. We also wear masks and get vaccinated to help stop the spread. Once all of our children can get vaccinated, it may be time to reevaluate whether masks are needed, assuming that no other variants arises. Until then, it is our collective responsibility to protect those who cannot protect themselves. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Hi, if you'd like to introduce yourself and where you reside in the district.
Sure. Thank you for being here tonight. My name is Jackie Huff, and I live in Patton Township. I'd also like to thank the Health and Safety Committee tonight for the work they've done, and I applaud their decision to follow the CDC guidelines for the Health and Safety Plan. When I look at the COVID statistics, when I looked at them a few days ago, I was concerned to see that case numbers as well as hospitalizations have begun to go up in some parts of the country. Not here, but in some parts. Given the damage that the Delta variant is causing worldwide, it seems prudent to continue this low-risk, high-reward practice of masking. While our community transmission is extremely low right now, adopting a think globally, act locally approach goes a long way to keeping our community safe. I'd love nothing more than to go back to sending my kids to school without masks. The now routine part of the morning where I make sure all my kids have a mask and a backup mask, and often a backup to the backup mask, is not my favorite. However, I will continue this ritual if it mitigates the risk of going remote. What I've heard you all say tonight is that forefront in your mind is making sure the in-person experience is available as often as possible for as many students as possible. And I really, really appreciate that. And as long as we keep that in the forefront, I'm game with whatever you guys come up with. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I just wanted to make a note real quick. I know we have a few people waiting on Zoom to make comments, and we'll get to the Zoom comments as soon as we get through a few more. Well, maybe I'll alternate here in a few minutes. But, sir, if you'd like to introduce yourself and where you reside in the district.
Sure. My name is Steve Wager, and I'm in College Township.
I just want to start off with a personal story about my son. He's already been bullied. He's already been peer pressured into getting the vaccine. He's already been excluded from sleepovers. The idea that it's this fantasy that it might happen, it already is happening, and he's not even in school. His friends don't know if he has the vaccine or not. Some of them do, and the friends are making fun of him, the kids' so-called friends. Imagine when he gets to school and he's the one wearing the mask because of underlying medical conditions, which no one cares about. He's the one wearing the mask. He's the weird kid, right? But that's what we're doing to these kids. Why are we putting them in this situation? You talked about this weather analogy of no snow on the roads. Right now, there is no snow. Why are we starting off the school year wearing masks when there's no snow? If there's not a high threshold, we talked about, so what is the threshold? What's it going to be? How hard would it be to say, look, when we get to that threshold, send an email out, next week we're wearing masks? Right now, we're fine. Why are we starting off the analogy that it's going to be really bad in September? And it might be, but we don't know that now. I noticed we started this thing that has to be July 30th, has to be approved. Wait till July 20th to announce it. Why don't we got 10 more days, we can go back and change it, have another board meeting in 5 or 6 days, make something changes. I think in the exemptions, it does say that building supervisors or principals will make some exemptions. What are those exemptions? How do we file for that? What kids would be exempt? Which ones won't? And I also know, as far as record keeping, who's going to know the information? Who's going to make sure the kids are following it? The teachers. The teachers are going to have lists of who's vaccinated and who's not vaccinated. That's not good for us. Why are we doing that with medical records? Why are certain teachers doing that? Being responsible for knowing which kids are vaxxed and which ones are anti-vaxxed. It's just going to add more and more prejudice to certain kids. That's all I have.
Okay, thanks for your comments.
Hi, my name's Rachel. I'm from Port Matota. I have a slew of thoughts, but mostly it was, you're willing to accept information. We've listened to everything. It's all on your side of the fence. It's not pulled from actual different medical backgrounds. It's from people that align with you. So that's disturbing to us as parents, that this is how their district is being run, because we teach our own children that they have to listen to people from the other side of the fence. They have to talk to people they don't agree with, because that's the only way you're going to be informed. That's the only way you can have your own honest opinion. We're teaching our children how to think, not what to think, and you're doing the opposite, and that's scary for me as a parent. My big issue is, one, this is not a vaccine. I mean, if you go back and look at what vaccines are, this is not a vaccine. It's a temporary Band-Aid. It's going to fall off. There are side effects to this, 100%. Just because you guys aren't listening to those, because there have been dozens of emails sent by us, by other parents that we don't get responded to. We know. You're ignoring us. It's okay. You can't respond to everything. Please don't take it like that. We see your eye rolls. You see our eye rolls. It's okay. It goes both ways. I know, yes. Okay, I get that. But my kids are not experiments. I'm not putting something in them just because you might think it works. Because listen, a lot of people in those COVID units, we have doctor friends, we have nurses friends too, and they're like, oh, they've already had the vaccine. So hey, that's cool. Get the vaccine, still get sick and in the hospital. And the last point is mental health. I have children that love school. They love learning. My one son, you put him in a room with someone who is super, super smart, and he will absorb that information. He gets special learning because of that. He loves school. But the way they wake up, the way they dread school, the crying that my daughter goes through that we have to put up with, to get her to go to school, to something she used to love, because she's seeing teachers' masks are taken off, but hers aren't. And this was before the vaccine, so I don't want to combat that, but there's a mental health issue here, and you're going to see the outfall of that for years to come, and you're going to be part of it.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Alternate now with in-person and remote, and call on Roberta Knapp. Roberta, if you'd like to unmute yourself and introduce yourself, then you'll have 2 minutes. Hi, Roberta, are you there? Okay, I don't think she is. If you could unmute yourself, Roberta. Okay, I guess not. Lori Miraldi? Lori, if you would like to unmute yourself and introduce yourself, then you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Lori Miraldi. I'm a Coral Street parent of 2 young girls, and I support the proposed health and safety plan, including the requirements of masking. My girls are too young to be vaccinated at this point. We're anxious for them to be old enough to be vaccinated. But masking keeps those who are not able to be vaccinated due to age or due to medical condition safe. And masking for unvaccinated individuals follows the CDC guidelines, which are based on data and scientific evidence. In addition, as mentioned earlier, just today, the American Association of Pediatrics released their recommendations for masking for everyone. And their reasons included the fact that not all students are eligible for the vaccine, that masks are effective at reducing transmission and preventing infection in unvaccinated individuals, and that it's likely going to be difficult to monitor and enforce masking for unvaccinated individuals. We're going to have a much larger population of students in the school buildings starting this fall, as was mentioned earlier, and that increases the chances of transmission. Recent infection data shows that this Delta variant is spreading, and those who are unvaccinated are at significant risk of contracting this variant. As talked about earlier, masking worked this past year at keeping incidence rates low and should be continued into the school year. We have to continue keeping our students safe by, at a minimum, requiring those who aren't vaccinated to wear a mask, and ideally, in my opinion, having everyone wear a mask per the new recommendations of the American Association of Pediatrics. Thank you very much for all your hard work, and thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Yeah, if you'd like to come to the podium then, yeah. If you, yes, you can come to the podium if you could introduce
you.
yourself.
My name is Inga Paletto. I live in College Township. And this all started with 2 weeks to slow the spread, and now look where we are. Our kids are not vulnerable to this virus, and those who are now able to get a vaccine are able to get it to protect themselves if they want to. If we were told at the beginning of all this that this is where we would be right now, considering masking our kids for another school year, we wouldn't believe it. I wouldn't believe it. Masks don't work. I've never seen a double-blind study showing that they work. Why are we putting our kids through this? It is not based on science. Everyone says follow the science. They're not following the science. This is not following the science. We need to stop this. My kids will not be wearing a mask this year. I will be finding another arrangement. This is not fair to our kids. It's discriminatory. Some kids cannot get the vaccine for reasons that are none of anyone else's business. It discriminates against them. How are they going to differentiate between one child who has it and one child who doesn't? Are they going to have them wear wristbands to separate them? They're going to be bullied. Their kids already, someone mentioned, kids are already being bullied online. Someone already said, I want to know who isn't vaccinated so that I can talk to you when we get to school. People are already saying that. We need to do better for our kids. It's not fair to them. They are not at risk for this, and we should not be putting them through it. Thank you.
This time I'm going to call on, oh, I'm sorry, we're going to go through all the, each person will have one chance to speak. Thank you. No. Yeah, thanks. Felicia, if you would like to speak, you can unmute yourself and introduce yourself, and then you'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Felicia Coe. I'm a resident of Patton Township. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. I have 4 kids in the school district, 2 in elementary school and 2 in middle school. And one of my middle schoolers is a 6th grader. And looking at the health and safety plan that is allowing optional mask usage, it puts the entire 6th grade class, who on a whole are too young to be vaccinated, in an unusual situation. It puts them at a different risk than anyone else. Elementary school will have widespread masking because they're obviously too young to be vaccinated. 7th grade and up, for the majority, those who want to be vaccinated can be vaccinated. 6th grade, they're too young, but they're being expected to share a space with people who don't have to wear masks. I know it should be vaccinated students who aren't wearing masks, but I don't understand how the district is going to have a policy or procedure that enforces that. well. And it sounds like it's way too much to ask teachers that are already dealing with things to try to enforce that. So if we had a universal masking policy, especially in the middle school, all of these risks could be mitigated. The sixth graders would be at no more risks than anybody else at any other grade. And as we hear people talking about, they're worried about kids being excluded and kids being stigmatized. If everybody's wearing a mask, everybody's wearing a mask, and nobody knows anybody else's medical condition. I hear a lot of what we're saying. I don't know why we're actually having this conversation, because it sounds like everything we want to accomplish can be accomplished by a universal mask mandate for everybody in all the schools across all the grades. That's our road to more people in school longer should the situation deteriorate. So thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Mr. Williamson, if you could please be seated, or because we're going to allow anyone else. I'm sorry, sir, anyone who's already made a comment will not be called on again. So you've already made a comment, so we're going to, no, I'm sorry, I haven't called on you. Okay. Dr. Eder?
That's a discretionary issue on behalf of the board, so they could allow further comment if they want. They're not doing it tonight.
Okay. Sir, we have a number of people waiting to speak. If you could please be seated. There are right now 4 people online with their.
Please sit down.
Okay, sir, if you could please be seated. Derek Leidig, if you would like to speak, you can unmute yourself and introduce yourself, and then you'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you very much for your time this evening. I appreciate it. I do want to echo, as someone whose family has had COVID, all 5 of us had it in the family and have gotten better. I realize and know people who haven't and who have died from it, so I am not immune to what the disease is. But I will say this, the risk, especially for our children, as has been mentioned, even by CDC standards, is less than 0.07%, okay, for our children under 17. That is a less than 0.07. What is up significantly is suicides, alcohol and drug use, especially in teenagers, okay? So there is an emotional and social toll that this is taking. And as it continues, that toll just continues to grow and grow. In the first couple of weeks of this, I had a friend who's a police officer. Suicide hotline calls were up over 30%. That's in the first month of COVID. We're now in month 18. I don't have the data on what they are now, but that is a number that's just as real as any science out there. And the science here tells you, we keep talking about listening to the science, a 0.07, less than a 0.07% chance that someone in this school district is going to get COVID and die from it, okay? That is a very, very minimal risk. We have more of a risk of them getting in an accident in a bus or a car going to school than we do of that, and we're not banning those things. I do think at this point we need to reevaluate. I do appreciate the time that everybody has put into this, okay? And I know there's no easy answers. However, you know what? The social and emotional impact on our kids is something that's not just going to happen for today or tomorrow. That has a long-lasting impact, okay, for years and years to come. I just ask you and urge you to please consider those things as well as the other science that's out there. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Hand raised if you would like to unmute yourself and introduce yourself. And then you'll have 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thanks.
Okay, Peter Buck, College Township, father of a rising 9th grader. I commend the board for your thoughtful, cautious, and scientifically sound approach to keeping our children safe. Our community is fortunate to be served by volunteers and staff willing to make difficult decisions. Of late, and tonight, a vocal minority have been calling on the State College Area School District to stop masking children now and in the future. This group has tried to justify their opposition to masking and vaccination by invoking the Helsinki Declaration and sprinkling their speech with references to Nazi laws. The Helsinki Declaration, developed in 1964 by the World Health Organization as a statement of ethical principles to provide guidance to physicians and other participants in medical research involving human subjects, has nothing to do with the current COVID vaccine situation because no one is being subjected to medical experimentation. For the folks who allege a serious human rights violation against the CDC or the FDA, you do have recourse. You can file suit in a United States court that you or your children have been treated as inhumanely as the children from St. Vincent's Orphanage, the Tuskegee Airmen, or the Jews in Germany in the 1930s and 40s. If this ill-informed minority's allegations win a case, the board should take them seriously. But more disturbingly, the comparisons between wearing a mask to Jews wearing a Star of David during the Third Reich are full of falsehoods and are a morally repellent appropriation of the victims of the final solution. You have been free to go to restaurants, sporting events, and movies, attend graduations, fly on airplanes, send your kids to school to learn in person, play summer sports, play at the swimming pool, marry who you wish, and vote. You are not victims of genocide. I encourage the board to keep making good decisions. And for those of you concerned about you and your kids' mobility, wear masks and get vaccinated if you are of age.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Lucas Simonetti, I see your hand raised. If you'd like to unmute yourself and introduce yourself, and then you'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you, thank you.
Yes, hi, thank you. This is Luke Simonetti from Patton Township. So I actually have 3 kids that are in the district right now. One that's about to enter middle school, and the other 2 in elementary school, and one final one in preschool. So first off, I wanted to state earlier in the meeting when there were a few interruptions, which of course I do agree, interruptions are not the best place to to happen as the board conducts its business. But I do want to point out that the board made a few very condescending remarks to the public. One being that the public thought that this was a funny situation. I will personally say that I lost 2 grandparents during this time, that my final 2 grandparents that I was not allowed to see because of lockdowns. And 2, equating this vaccine, and I'll come back to that in just a second, to the polio vaccine is disingenuous. Polio absolutely targeted the young people in there and had debilitating effects for the rest of their life. This COVID-19 doesn't. Yes, it can have effects. It does. There are risks associated with it, but it does not have the long-lasting effects that another board member pointed out. So I urge you to vote no on this current health and safety plan, and as other members of the public have stated, to send the team back to revisit this and think about whether this is the right decision to go forward. And stress that, as many others have said, the CDC and the AAP recommendations as they stand now. And I'd also like to take a quick second and point out that the current crop of vaccines that are available today are not vaccines in the traditional sense. They're gene therapy, and they're not actually approved. They were not approved. They do not use the same vectors that vaccines do today, and they've just been authorized for emergency use. So I urge, finally, the board to look at any of these masks that you recommend and are going to mandate our students to wear to school every day, because every single one of them I've seen in the store, with the exception of N95s, very clearly state that they do not prevent the spread of COVID-19. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. And I want to just clarify, when I said that the situation was not funny, for the viewing audience, you probably weren't able to see, I was referring to some pranks that were occurring here in the auditorium, not to the entire audience, but to some pranks that were occurring here. So, okay, thank you. We're going to move on to Jennifer Markovich. I see your hand raised. If you would like to unmute yourself and introduce yourself. Yeah, I'm going through everyone who was had their hand raised already first, and then I will definitely. Thank you. Okay, so Jennifer, if you would like to unmute yourself and introduce yourself, then you will have 2 minutes to speak.
Hi, I'm Jen Markovich from College Township. I have 2 children at Delta, one going into 8th and one going into 11th. First, I'd like to thank the board and the Health and Safety Committee for your tireless work over the past year and a half to keep our school communities safe. Our family really appreciates it. None of us like masks. I think it's safe to say that literally none of us do. However, our children are much more resilient than we give them credit for. Most will happily wear masks if they know that their masks are preventing their classmates or teachers from getting sick or dying. Masks don't need to be a political symbol. They have been proven to be a very effective public health safety measure and to prevent the spread of COVID-19. To argue that they are not effective or that they cause harm is simply false. Physicians and surgeons have been using them while performing medical procedures for over 100 years. For those of you who are arguing so strenuously against masking, please ask yourself, the next time you go in for a surgical procedure, are you going to tell your surgeon to ditch their mask because they don't work? I somehow doubt it. I agree with the other commenters who are advocating for universal masking for all students and staff. I believe that despite the fact that it may be a nice incentive for vaccinated students to be able to go without a mask optional policy for vaccinated students is going to be too difficult for the faculty and staff to manage and enforce. If this health and safety plan is approved as written and masking remains optional for vaccinated folks, I would very much like to hear about the methods that will be used to enforce masking for unvaccinated students. This is not about discrimination against unvaccinated students. This is about public health. The only way that we can keep everyone safe and to be fair to all is to follow the advice that the American Academy of Pediatrics put out today and implement universal masking for everyone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Okay, ma'am, if you would like to speak at the podium, if you could just introduce yourself and where you reside in the district.
My name is Shannon Nash. I reside in Port Matilda. I didn't write anything because I didn't plan on speaking, but obviously it was needed, so I'm going to read from this. You must vote no tonight. We can do better. Vote no, regroup with fair representation, evidence-based discussions with all sides represented, and let's come up with a plan that represents all parents and children. There needs to be a we in this, not an us. By making masks mandatory, you're telling a large group of parents and children that you're refusing to work with them. By making masks optional, you can still work with all parents. You can have mask-only classrooms in each grade at elementary school, mask-only middle school teams, or mask-only sections depending on numbers. There are creative ways to make things work for everyone, so you must vote no tonight. Get back together and get creative. We have plenty of ideas and understand there are people who disagree with us. The difference is we are willing to work with them. This plan clearly states that you are not willing to work with us. You must vote no on this plan tonight. In loco parentis, the school and teachers take on a partial role as a parent during the school day. I submit to you that not a single one of us would invite children to our home and allow some to congregate and isolate others. The health and safety plan does just that. You must vote no to this discriminatory plan. We have spoken face-to-face with our superintendent, both assistant superintendents, and the director of student services, and every one of them has agreed that masks are a limiting agent on education. We've spoken with several reading teachers, elementary school teachers, aides, and principals, and every one of them agrees that masks are limiting education. You have to vote no tonight. Many of us have presented evidence to district administration and the 9 of you. The risk to our children is simply not there to continue limiting education, mental health, social and emotional health. The health and safety team has presented zero evidence. There is a minuscule risk to the physical health of our children, statistically zero for elementary school children. There is not sufficient evidence by any measure that mandates hurting our children's development in other ways.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Anyone else from the audience here who would like to make a comment? Okay, is there anyone from the who's with us on Zoom who would like to make a public comment? Okay, all right. Seeing none, then I think we'll have a roll call vote.
Ms. Brandt?
Yes.
Ms. Concepcion?
Yes.
Dr. Duffy?
Yes.
Mr. Fazard? Did he say no? He said no. Okay. Mr. Hutchinson?
Yes.
Mr. Leos?
Yes.
Ms. Sidney?
No.
Dr. Bader?
Yes.
Ms. Bedell?
Yes. Okay, so that item has passed. Okay. We're going to move on to action item B. I'm sorry. You want to take a recess? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Laura, would you like to speak? If everyone could please be quiet as you're leaving. Yeah.
Yes, I had said at our last meeting that I was very concerned about not giving people a chance to, and the board and people a chance to talk and have what we often do, which is one meeting we discuss and the next we vote. I very much appreciate that this was on as an action item. I think that was very, very important so that people knew that we would be voting. At the same time, my vote no was not about the plan, but the process.
In terms of it only having been on as an action item and not as info discussion
Right,
first.
not having an interval where people could, including us, discuss some of these things, see if there were ways to modify that would help.
Okay.
I'm not sure there were, but we didn't have that opportunity. I understand the state put us in a tough position, but I just wanted to clarify that my vote was not about the plan per se, though I have some questions. I think all of us do. But because we didn't have that opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so moving on to item B then. I think we'll try and get through a couple of items before we take a recess. Item B is a motion to approve the 2021-2022 PDE required emergency instructional time template, and this is shown in attachment 6B. Dr. O'Donnell?
Thank you. As I had mentioned this briefly earlier, if we were in a situation where we needed to close a building or schools, we could shift to full remote and get that and have learning continue. As I had shared earlier, we're not. This has nothing to do with the concept of hybrid. This is if we had to close a building or buildings, and this is a requirement of the state so that if we were in that scenario at any point this year, that we would be able to hold school remotely and it would count so that we wouldn't have funding held back from the state. It would actually count toward our instructional time requirements. So that's this in a nutshell.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the board?
Do we need a motion?
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
motion.
Yes,
That's
would you like
okay.
to make a
I
motion?
can appreciate, you can leave us out of details like that. That's why we have board secretaries.
Dan, would you like to? Thank you.
I move to support that motion.
Okay.
Yes. Leah, second.
Okay, so that has been moved and seconded. Questions from board members? Laurel?
Yes, I'm sorry. I had somehow missed this, and I'm just checking because I have not had a chance to read it. Is this just about closing related to illness type of things, or was it also snow emergency and that type of thing?
No, actually, I don't know if, because last year we did technically go remote, we didn't have to justify with the state whether it was pandemic or, because the one decision we had on the really bad snowstorm, I'll never forget that one. We simply went remote because we were able to at that time. We were not approved with the FID. By the way, we have to make some adjustments to our FID application, but this basically would be if the pandemic caused us to close, and we'd be able to fulfill our obligations with the state and shift to remote. It does, on the top of the second page, it does talk about if pending guidance from the health and safety team, if we did close schools, we would consider whether we could provide in-person experiences, instructional support centers that we did last year. It doesn't guarantee that we would do those, but obviously we would try to, but we would look at in that type of an emergency situation to do that. So I just wanted to point that out.
All right, any other questions? Any public comment on the emergency instructional time template? Okay, we'll have a roll call vote.
Ms. Concepcion?
I'm sorry, Mr. Williamson would like to comment on the template.
It was more just asking for a clarification on what constitutes an emergency. That's all I wanted to, I couldn't hear everything that was said. Is it only for closing buildings? Is it like, you know, if you have to close for 3 days, is that Friday, you know, is that Friday going to be a mandated, you know, emergency day, or will it get treated like a snow day where you're going to make it up later? That's what I'm just looking for.
Yeah, I don't, I mean, last year when we transitioned, we, it wasn't the same all the time. You know, we needed, initially in the pandemic when we transitioned to remote, we needed time. I think now we're pretty good with the time. However, if this did happen early in the year, I think we probably could not pivot in one day, because some of our families, we needed to get devices to get Wi-Fi in their homes. So we would have to gauge what the scenario is before we could say whether we could pivot immediately, or if we would need a day for transitioning, something like that. So I hope that helps.
Helpful. Thank you. Okay, so we'll go ahead and have a roll call vote then.
Ms. Concepcion?
Yes.
Dr. Duffy?
Yes.
Mr. Fazard?
Yes.
Mr. Hutchinson?
Yes.
Mr. Leos?
Yes.
Ms. Zidney?
Yes.
Dr. Bader?
Yes.
Ms. Vidal?
Yes.
Ms. Brand?
Yes.
Okay, that item has passed. What do you guys think? Should we do a couple more, or should we take a recess? Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. I can plow through a little bit more here. Okay. Item C is a motion to approve the 2021-2022 assessment plan as shown in attachment 6C. Is there a motion?
Second.
Okay, so that's been moved and seconded. And we have our curriculum directors here at the table with us to go over this plan with us.
So we share this plan with you annually, and we already shared it with the Culture, Climate, and Learning Subcommittee of the School Board and took some questions and feedback there. It's much the same as we presented at CCL and also in the previous year.
All right, any questions? We've had a...
Our policy
Yeah.
calls for an annual approval by the board, so.
Yeah. I have one question. Going through the materials today, Deirdre, and I also chatted with Jean about this as well, and I sent an email to you and Chris about this. There was a behavioral screening that was described in the health and safety plan, which I didn't really understand how it aligned with the assessment plan, but I guess I spoke with Jean about this over the course of the day, and she said essentially this is called Design 360, I believe, and it's a management system for using some of the other information that's in the assessment plan, like the BASC, the BASC, BESS screenings, and so on. This Design 360 is a tool, if you will, for organizing that information. So I'll just add that to the mix in terms of what we're looking at this evening. Does that fit with what you both know about?
I mean, we could add the
that
Review
tool?
360 into the assessment plan. It's in the younger grades, the teachers fill it out as a screener for the
Right.
students. In the older grades, the students self-screen.
Self-reply, okay. So it's just, I think to the extent that it's I was thinking about this later. I was thinking that maybe the reason it's not in the assessment plan is because Design 360 is just a staff rating scale. But if we're thinking about something that students actually complete, then that might belong in that portion of the assessment plan, I would think. So I'm just thinking that we might want to include that Design 360 element for those grades where the students are completing it themselves, just as they're taking a MAP assessment, let's say. I appreciate knowing about aligning those. I wasn't familiar with the health and safety planning tool, the screening tool that was described until I read about it. So,
And it is
this all
something we
fits together
administer
now.
3 times a year so that we can benchmark where kids are and then
Great.
take focus interventions on the kids who scored at the yellow and red level, and the counselors and instructional support. You know, we put supports in place to meet the social and emotional learning needs of students who pop.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, and Jim?
I just want to say, I think it was especially helpful to have the MAP scores this year, you know, to sort of gauge the learning that happened. And so I very much appreciate that we adopted that years ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
All right. Any other questions? Okay. Any public comment on this item? Okay, we'll have a roll call vote then.
Dr. Duffy?
Yes.
Mr. Fazzard?
Yes.
Mr. Hutchinson?
Yes.
Mr. Leos?
Yes.
Ms. Sidney? Dr. Bader?
Yes.
Ms. Bedell?
Yes.
Ms. Brandt?
Yes.
Ms. Concepcion?
Yes. Okay, so that item has passed. Item D is a motion to approve the agreement with Dr. Carla Zembelsal and Ms. Kimber Hirschberger for their services to support K-5 science unit development and professional development as shown in attachment 6D.
So moved.
Leah, second.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. Questions or discussion on this item?
I think many of you know how we've looked to partner for curriculum development. I know with the STEM curriculum, we partnered with the Boston Museum of Science. This is a scenario where we have partnered with Kimber and Carla for years, and some of you know Carla and all of her work as well. So this would really help our committee. And Deirdre, if there's anything you want to share with an overview.
So right now, Kimber and Carla are helping us with the content storyline and unit development, but most importantly, they're going to help with the professional development that's coming in the fall and in January so that our teachers can be equipped. We're field testing. We started doing our field testing, and then the pandemic hit and we had to stop, so we want to reinstitute our field testing this fall. And then in January, we'll have all teachers then teach the unit that was field tested in the fall, so that they need professional development, so that they have the support in understanding the pedagogical changes that are shifting with the next generation science standards.
Thanks.
Thank you. Other questions? Any public comment on this item? Okay, we'll have a roll call vote. Thank you, Deirdre.
Mr. Fazzard?
Yes.
Mr. Hutchinson?
Yes.
Mr. Leos?
Yes.
Ms. Sidney? Dr. Bader?
Yes.
Ms. Bedell?
Yes.
Ms. Brandt?
Yes.
Ms. Concepcion?
Yes.
Dr. Duffy?
Yes.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Deirdre.
Item E is a motion to approve agreement with the PSU Her Clinic as shown in attachment 6E. We have,
Duffy, so moved.
Leah, second.
okay, that's been moved and seconded. We have Jean Canals and Dr. Saria Tatters also joining us.
I
Any
think
questions?
some of you know this past year, what we did with our partnerships, this sets us up for the next school year. Jean and Sri, is there anything you want to share as an overview here?
Yeah. Oh.
There you go.
Thank you. So we're excited at the opportunity of renewing this partnership with the Her Clinic. I just got some information from Dr. Katie Kostoris, whose partnership with us, this agreement would fund, that over this past year, the individuals in the Her Clinic, and this excludes intake sessions, this excludes any of their consultation and sitting in meetings, that they were able to provide us with 600 hours of sessions over the year, with each student that they saw averaging about 9 sessions apiece, and that was all free mental health services to students. And so I was really excited to see those numbers that really helped to quantify the impact of the Her Clinic, and just wanted to share that, to get that on the record, because last year, as we know, students needed mental health services more than ever, and so that was just really exciting to hear.
Thank you. That's really tremendous.
I'll just follow up to say, Sri and I had started this 3 or 4 years ago. What Katie Kostoris has brought to this, or this position has brought to this role, is really organization and workflow that has been really expanded to the point of really doing a major impact with our students and our counselors, and really supporting the work they do.
Mhm. Great. Thank you. Okay, Gretchen?
Yeah, I just had a quick question. So last year, parents were given a survey asking what needs are in their family that haven't been met, and it ranged from like toiletries all the way to mental health services and everything in between. And one of the things that was on the list was the mental health services, and I know that was very helpful to a lot of parents who were seeking mental health counseling services and could not find any because everybody was had wait lists. Is that going to be another, will that be offered again in this? I saw, hair clinic on here as was last year. Will that be offered again?
Are you asking about the survey to parents?
No, I'm sorry. I'm asking about the services for mental health help.
Yes, yes. So that's what this agreement, this agreement helps to support, Jean was just talking about Dr. Katie Kastouris, who is the faculty member who helps to support all of these services. So it's students that provide the mental health services, but someone has to be present to supervise them. So by us approving this agreement, it allows us to, again, be able to get access to the students to provide the free mental health services. And as one additional thing that she reviewed here is that with her support and help, we were able to get access to 24 master's and doctoral level students through the Her Clinic. And so again, this year she already has a slew of students lined up, which is master's level and doctoral level students to provide mental health services. And so again, we will be able to offer those supports to families, students, and these services are also available to faculty and staff as well, free of charge.
That is wonderful news. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? Dion?
I just want to acknowledge the data you shared earlier, a little while ago, about the numbers of families and numbers of students who were impacted by this in the last year. That's an incredible footprint for the services that are provided. And I just want to acknowledge that. And I think the introduction of someone to help with case management seems to have been a really powerful vector in making that happen. And just anything that we can do to provide students and their families with access to mental health services in a community where the system itself is overloaded and overwhelmed by need, I think is just a great addition and quite an accomplishment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there any public comment on this item? Oh, I'm sorry, Laurel.
I just wanted to piggyback on what Dan said, and since those numbers flew by, at some point during this year, it would be really helpful to put in one place the various supports that we have between the people that we employ as district employees, and then we've got all these other contracts, so that both we and the community can see the level of support that we give, because it really is, it may not be enough, but it's extraordinary.
And that would help people see what the options are, too,
Yeah.
for what they can access through. Yeah. Okay. All right. Any public comment? Okay. We will have a roll call vote.
Mr. Hutchinson?
Yes.
Mr. Leos?
Yes.
Ms. Sidney? Dr. Bader?
Yes.
Ms. Bedell?
Yes.
Ms. Brandt?
Yes.
Ms. Concepcion?
Yes.
Dr. Duffy?
Yes.
Mr. Fazzard?
Yes.
Okay, so that item has passed. Item F is a motion to approve the second step resources for counselors and faculty. This is shown in attachment 6F.
Duffy, so moved.
Second.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. Questions from the board? Okay. Any public comment? All right, we'll take a roll call vote then.
Mr. Leos?
Yes.
Ms. Sidney? Dr. Bader?
Yes.
Ms. Bedell?
Yes.
Ms. Brandt?
Yes.
Ms. Concepcion?
Yes.
Dr. Duffy?
Yes.
Mr. Fazzard?
Yes.
Mr. Hutchinson?
Yes.
Okay, that item is passed. Item G is a motion to approve the agreement with Eastern University for nursing student interns, and this is shown in attachment 6G.
So moved?
Second.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. Any questions? Any public comment? Okay, we'll have a roll call vote.
Ms. Sidney? Dr. Bader?
Yes.
Ms. Bedell?
Yes.
Ms. Brandt?
Yes.
Ms. Concepcion?
Yes.
Dr. Duffy?
Yes.
Mr. Fazzard?
Yes.
Mr. Hutchinson?
Yes.
Mr. Leos?
Yes.
Okay, that item has passed. Item H is a motion to approve a partnership with the PA Army National Guard Defensive Cyber Operations Element, as shown in attachment 6H.
Leah, so moved.
Duffy, second.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. Questions? I just had one question, which was how, it sounds like the CAC for Technology was instrumental in advising this?
We did talk about this, yeah.
Okay.
I did have a question, though.
Oh, okay, go
About
ahead.
in retrospect, I don't know if Justin's here. It just, Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just concerned about, so do we have sort of a protection? So some of this will result in, some of the analysis will result in I would say, them being privy to some of our data. Do we have sort of a non-disclosure type agreement with them when they're put in situation?
Yeah, so the contract includes an NDA and also an MOU.
Oh, sorry, Justin, we can't hear you. You're breaking up.
Yeah, I heard a yes, and the
Yeah.
contract includes.
I heard that it does include that.
Hear me now?
Now we
Yes.
can.
Yeah.
Okay, so it does include an NDA and also an MOU that we work with Scott to review as part of the process.
Okay, super.
Okay. So these are probably individuals who have security clearance who are
No
participating
doubt,
in
yeah.
this, right?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Any other questions? Dan?
Yeah, I just want to, just for clarification purposes, this agreement relates to our technology resources, the protection of our technology resources, our servers and things like that. This is not about, this is not related to the CTC at all in terms of the work that they do. Okay. Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Any public comment? Okay. We'll have a roll call vote then.
Dr. Bader?
Yes.
Ms. Bedell?
Yes.
Ms. Brandt?
Yes.
Ms. Concepcion?
Yes.
Dr. Duffy?
Yes.
Mr. Fazzard?
Yes.
Mr. Hutchinson?
Yes.
Mr. Leos?
Yes.
Ms. Zidney?
Okay. That item has passed. Item I is a motion to approve the purchase of a Memorial Field athletic training ice machine. This is shown in attachment 6I.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. Any discussion or questions? Okay, any public comment? All right, we'll have a roll call vote then.
Ms. Bedell?
Yes.
Ms. Brandt?
Yes.
Ms. Concepcion?
Yes.
Dr. Duffy?
Yes.
Mr. Fazzard?
Yes.
Mr. Hutchinson?
Yes.
Mr. Leos?
Yes.
Ms. Zidney? Dr. Bader?
Yes.
Okay, that item has passed, and I think we'll take a 5-minute-ish recess. So we are adjourned for a few minutes. Our next item, I'm going to call the meeting back to order, is student learning. We're going to be looking at the fall planning update. This is shown in attachment 7A, and I'll turn it over to Dr. O'Donnell.
Thanks, Amber. As you can see in the document, it's really just a refinement from the July report that I had shared with you. As we're looking at staffing around the district, especially in our elementary schools, and what we're trying to do in our classrooms with the 3 feet and class sizes, we want to optimize where we're seeing numbers, because we do have a pretty good enrollment challenge in our hands with the number of students who want to learn from home. Because it's spread out over 6 grades, none of the grades eclipse the class size guideline, and so what we're planning is to offer those families to either remain learning at home until the vaccine, because that's the majority of them. They that are in the remote have remote until vaccine. So what we're planning to do is offer them either virtual academy until vaccine or in person, and the virtual academy will have increased synchronous experiences with our faculty. So we want to communicate that, and in our communication that we plan to send in the morning, it'll have contact information, so they can speak directly with Danielle Yoder, who oversaw the whole program. And then also we can have faculty members talk with any parents who have any more detailed questions beyond Danielle. So that's it in a nutshell, and I'll be glad to take any questions that you have.
Questions? Laurel?
Yeah, thank you for this. I am wondering what will happen if we get into a position where more and more people feel that they are dropping out, whether they've had to quarantine a long time, or depending on whether we require masks or don't. It seems like there may be people on either side who want to make a decision based on that. Do we have any, and I don't know how much flexibility there even is.
So can you clarify what you're asking?
Suppose that 60 people said, if you're making masks optional, then, or if you're requiring masks for everyone, I want out. Or if you're making masks optional, I want out. Because I assumed that they would be required for everyone, and if they're not going to be required for everyone, I want to stay at home. Do we have a way to, will you come back to us I don't expect a significant number, but if you do get that,
Right.
you'll come back to us maybe, or I just think we need to be prepared for that, because when we say to people, well, there are choices, that means that they have a remote choice if they
Right.
don't have an in-person choice.
If we see a shift, then yes, and we're not able to do that within our 1920 staffing allotments, then we'll have to come back to the board. And if we need to hire more virtual academy teachers, that would have to come through the board as well. Right now, as you can see with the numbers, we're looking at 3. It depends how many of the remote families, if they all were to stay, if they shifted into the virtual until vaccine, that's the largest group in the remote group, then we're looking at about 3 faculty members. If we see it increase, then we'll make it 4.
Yeah.
One of the things we're doing as we look at we had a meeting, and Laurel, you were there, I know some of you were there, we had about 70 faculty members, employees attend, and the question about class sizes, as we have kids coming back from the pandemic, and 25% of those students approximately haven't been in a school in over a year, and the challenges. We are looking at where we have higher need student populations. And we have 2 of our schools that have significantly more needs in our elementary world than others. And so what I'm working on with we have meetings the next 3 days with all of our principals and administrators, and one of the things I was talking with Deirdre and Linda the other day about the higher need buildings and utilizing our K2 administrative guideline that's attached to your policy for grades 3-5 in those schools of higher need. Just because if you have a 3rd through 5th grade classroom and you have students with higher needs in that room, significant number of ESL students, significant number of students from poverty, title services, et cetera, that's challenging, and obviously we're on the return from a pandemic. So we're seeing if we're able to be more responsive to managing the class sizes in those buildings in grades 3-5 more so than we've done in the past. K2, we're very responsive to those class sizes, especially in those buildings, and we want to do a little bit more in the 3-5s this year. So that also factors into some of our challenges with best utilizing our faculty.
Okay, yeah, because you can, I mean, they're guidelines, but obviously it's your discretion if you feel that they need to be smaller classes to come to us and say that.
Yeah.
And the only other comment was that even within remote, we are tied into a per grade, and it might be interesting, depending on the feedback we get over the next couple of weeks, to look at a multi-age, in effect, support, where the teachers are the facilitators, sort of like the one-room schoolhouse type of thing.
And we obviously we do multi-aging with our virtual academy faculty. When we moved away from multi-aging, one of the main reasons was our curriculum development. And to ask a teacher to multi-age with what we're doing now with language arts and mathematics would be that'd be very difficult. So that's another factor as to why we didn't look to multi-age those remote classrooms.
Okay.
So
that's good to hear. Thanks.
All right. Other questions, Lori?
Just a quick question. What's the role of the paraprofessional in the virtual classroom under this plan?
Well, I think I don't think we had paraprofessionals in the VA program. I know in the high school secondary VA, we do have a paraprofessional that supported the program this past year, and I believe we're looking. I know that's vacant right now. I believe we're going to ask to fill that. That person really helped coordinate students and parents with the work, but it wasn't an instructional role, and it wasn't like a K2 paraprofessional. Right.
Okay, that's just helpful thinking about management. Thanks.
All right. Any other questions? Okay. All right, then moving on to item B, still under category of student learning, we'll be looking at some new resources for middle level intervention, and this is shown in attachment 7B. We have our two middle school principals with us, Mr. Ishler and Dr. Weiser, so welcome, and Christine Merritt, our secondary curriculum director.
Thank you. We would like to request approval for two different programs that we would like to use with a small number of students each building team identified a need for additional ELA and math intervention. And we were looking at offering this class with these resources to students who scored below the 25th percentile on the MAP assessment, and as well as gathering teacher input, grades, historical test scores as part of the identification process. So we're looking at ELA Third Quest for sixth graders, and we're looking at approximately 11 students per building at this time that would qualify for this. Title I services end in 5th grade. And so to make that transition from 5th to 6th grade, we thought this would be a nice way to help support students and give them a bit of a literacy boost before they hit 7th and 8th grade, where they would have both English and academic literacy in 7th and 8th grade. Many of these students may have worked in Read 180 already in the past, but still could be eligible for additional support. Students who are reading at basically the 3rd to 5th grade level is what we're looking at. And this resource is written as an adventure book with vocabulary, word reading strategies, comprehension, fluency, and aligned to Common Core standards and state standards, of course. The total for that program would be $3,252. For math, we were looking at offering this math intervention for 7th and 8th grade students. and we have approximately 16 to 17 students per building. Both of these programs are designed to be able to be delivered in a 45 to 50-minute class period, which is a very nice option for us. Read 180 and Math 180 are really looking at 90 minutes, and that can be sometimes very difficult to find that time in a student's day to offer this. For VMath, we are looking at this, as I said, for 7th and 8th graders. It includes benchmark, progress monitoring, lessons for reteaching and practice, online practice. It comes with a math vocabulary section that is both in English and Spanish, along with videos and a program called Gizmos, which helps them manipulate math and see math in a visual way. And it can be used a variety of ways, again, aligned to standards, and the total cost for this program is about $2,731.
Questions? Amy?
So I apologize, I wasn't able to come to the CCL meeting, even though I'm on that committee. So I do have just a couple questions, and I'm happy to support this because I'm happy to support interventions that help kids improve. But I have a couple concerns and questions or things I hope moving forward we'll consider. Number one is having a child who needed special ed and knowing the 6th grade schedule, it's extraordinarily compact and difficult to find intervention time in. So I'm very concerned that if we have kids that are only reading at a 3rd grade level or 4th grade level in 6th grade, have they received the appropriate evaluation? Have they been reevaluated for their potential need for special ed? And that's just a rhetorical question because that's pretty concerning. And I know sometimes, as we talked about at another meeting, meeting the benchmarks for special ed can sometimes be extraordinarily challenging. And with the shifts and changes we've made in primary literacy at the elementary level, we know there's some lagging kids still in the next year or two coming through to the middle level. And if we're seeing significant losses or being behind, and they don't have time in 6th grade for Read 180, is this really going to be adequate to address them? And to be honest, I have a lot of concerns about your ability to utilize a digital program to meet needs of kids that are that far behind. So that's my concern about using this resource I'm happy to approve it, and I'm happy to make efforts to find out if this is going to help kids, but I want to make sure that we're really evaluating really carefully. And I know the MTSS model is going to help us do some of that, but it just really gives me pause. I know that a lot of kids with certain disabilities are under-recognized, and this makes me worry that they will continue to be under-recognized. So that's just a little bit of my hesitation and concern. Thanks.
Dan?
And just listening to Amy, and even though I participated in the CCL meeting and discussion, just in thinking about this, and there's a mention made about the fact that there are elements to this that include progress monitoring. I guess the question I would have in terms of the role, this is an MTSS process question, is to what extent would there be goal setting, and would they be using MAP assessments, for example, to validate the findings, the internal assessments available through these programs, and making sure they're aligned with the external program. So making sure that these internal assessments within the materials align with the MAP assessments, and not going any longer than 2 or 3 months without taking the measure of that and being sure that the gains that are being made, and that hopefully we're accelerating learning through this. And the whole point behind this is that you're not going to get your standard 1 year's growth approach. You're going to have an accelerated growth curve with this. I mean, that would be the plan, I would think. So I'm just thinking out loud about this.
Yeah, both of these programs are aligned to standards as the MAP is aligned to standards. So the alignment is there in terms of, they're all aligned to the same standards.
Yeah. I'm just thinking that we're going to have MAP assessments 3 times a year, so I think it's going to be taking. I mean, these are new materials, so we have to take a hard look in terms of whether or not publishers sell all kinds of stuff, and and they vary in terms of their technical quality, I mean, honestly speaking. So I think just keeping an eye on that, I think, would really be helpful.
Yeah.
And I'm not, I just think that that's just an important part of taking on new materials.
Yeah, I guess that's my concern, is that if we know that kids that are more than one grade level behind in reading or math need more time in those, they need more time in the subject matter and in the interventions. That's been the whole justification for why we extended the elementary school day. So for us to say that we are unable in the schedule to provide Read 180 because it's 90 minutes, and then we're only providing 45 minutes to kids that are significantly behind. I mean, because what you said
Let
could be
me
at third.
clarify that.
Did I mishear you?
Yeah,
said third to fifth grade level.
Maybe I misspoke. I'm just
Okay.
tired.
I get that. I'm with you.
So Read 180 is something we can offer them, but many students choose not to participate because they might miss out on some elective course. So it's not that we can't offer it, it's difficult to make it attractive enough that they would take that instead of something else.
Well,
I'm
then
sorry.
then we as a board and as a district need to make a priority to fix the schedule, because a kid should not have to feel like they're missing things in order to get on grade level reading. We should be in a situation where those students are absolutely being pulled into interventions, no matter how long they require, to get them to be grade level reading if they're that far behind. In my opinion, it's something I know that I feel really, really strongly about.
And
that
that-
reading
yeah.
is the basis for everything. And if they're that far behind and the special ed system is not going to identify them, and that's not us refusing, there are
Right.
protocols and federal laws and standards. So that really frustrates me, the part of IDEA that's supposed to help kids and sometimes hurts kids. So that is my concern. I know the sixth grade schedule and special ed or meeting needs is really problematic. So that's where my hang up is. And I know you can't fix that tonight, but I just want to speak to the fact that I feel very strongly that it should be a big priority as we address middle level issues. And we need to make the speed of fixing that particular problem in the sixth grade schedule a priority with 1,000 other things that are such a big priority. So I don't want to belittle that I know how much is on your plate. But I just get really concerned about these kids slipping through the cracks. If they're multiple grade levels behind, they need more. They need more than 45 minutes. It's not enough.
So we were really excited about the MTSS positions that we're adding at the middle level in a slightly different way than we've had them before. And I think that the people that they're going to be running the programs and working with kids will really make a big difference. We're very excited about this. So it's a step in, we keep taking steps. This
I
is
know.
another step in the right direction, I
They'll
think.
be great, but the thing that kids need more than anything is time.
Yes, yes.
Sorry, I'll stop beating my drum. Thanks.
Other questions? Okay. All right, thank you. So this will be back on our next agenda then for an action item. Thank you, and thank you for being up so late with us tonight.
Home stretch.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to ask that we delay the item C policies until another meeting, because I think it's a little too late to tackle that tonight. We do have to do item D, facilities and grounds. Randy Brown is here. He's going to give us a South Track lighting update, just an update on where we are. I'm sorry, Laurel?
If these were going to be first readings on the proposals, I wonder if we could at least do the IT backup and retention so that can get moving through the school year. I don't think it should take much time to just take a quick look at it. I'm not sure, but I'm concerned about getting it moving as we move into the school year.
Well, how about we get Randy through and then we can consider that? That's okay.
Okay, thank you. So tonight, the Borough of State College was council was receiving the same update as what I'm providing to you. We've been in cooperation with the State College Borough Administration regarding the South Track lighting agreement. If you remember, the Borough and the State College Area School District approved a South Track lighting agreement with 2 modifications in 2019 and 2020. This agreement is a requirement of the State College zoning code for the operation of lighting at the South Track. This agreement renews automatically unless either party provides 90 days notice of termination. Due to limitations of activity in 2020 due to COVID-19 and other scheduling challenges, the parties agreed to extend the deadline for the agreement until August 6, 2021. The second modification agreement establishes an advisory committee to be appointed with a charge to meet periodically through the year to review operations, issues, and conditions related to the South Track lighting agreement and seek to find reasonable solutions to mitigate the impact of the South Track lighting agreement on the neighborhood. The advisory committee consists of representatives from the borough, the district, the Green Tree Association, and the South Track Concerns Committee, which with scheduled disruptions and other issues related to COVID-19, the advisory committee did not meet regularly during the 2020-2021 year. As a result, the agreement will automatically renew through July 6th of 2022. Regular monthly meetings of the advisory committee are now being scheduled beginning in August of 2021. The committee will address any issues or modifications to the agreement before the notice date of April 6, 2022. So there is no action necessary by either the Borough Council or the school district, and the amended agreement will be in place for another year. Is there any questions?
I have some questions. So I'm not sure I understand exactly the membership of the advisory committee and whether, are those open meetings?
I don't believe that they are open meetings, no. They're members of the borough administration, the district administration, the Green Tree Association, and then a South Track Concerns Committee, which is a I believe most of those are a subgroup of the Green Tree neighborhood.
I guess my concern is if we're giving just a select group of people who may live in that neighborhood or who have signed up to be on this committee, and I don't know how they necessarily ended up on the committee, if they're getting access to these meetings, but other interested members of the public who are impacted by these decisions don't have access to these meetings, I guess that would be something I would be concerned about.
The advisory committee will not be making any decisions. Both you, the school board, and the borough council would be making decisions, and the rest of the community would have access to both of those organizations. This committee has already been formed and is part of the latest rounds of agreement that's in place also.
Okay.
This is not something newly formed. This should have met beginning last August, but because of COVID and also our activities on the South Track were greatly reduced as a school district, and so again, shame on us for not pursuing this in a more active fashion, but it is what it is, and the borough takes ownership of that as well.
Okay. I guess it's just my perspective is that other stakeholders should have access to those meetings rather than only people who.
At this point, I would recommend that the other stakeholders would reach out to the administration of the school district or the school board, as well as the borough council and the borough administration if they have any comments about that agreement or any future agreements that would be in place.
Okay.
So a question for you, Randy. What if we had, so it's really, we're meeting with the neighbors who are next to the South Track facility and hearing their concerns. And then obviously we meet with our program directors, Paul Leskowitz, our band director, to see what his needs are, what any changes due to the opportunities for students as we've shared with the board. What do you think about having, if there are meetings, having an update at Facility and Ground Committee?
Absolutely, yes.
So that the board's kept abreast of any conversation?
Yes, absolutely. And I probably have been remiss. I know who's representing the school district. I probably didn't share that with you all to remind you. But we've CJ Curtis Johnson will be serving along with myself, the athletic director, the band director, and then also a parent from each of those groups,
Oh,
the
okay.
band and the athletic community.
Oh, good, okay.
So it won't be just one or two administrators. There are people involved with program and also parent representatives. So
Okay.
it ends up becoming a quite healthy group of more than a dozen individuals.
Okay. So then, yeah, I guess that feedback loop with facilities and grounds might help then.
Okay. And then, because that's a public
Right.
committee as well. So I apologize for not pointing
That's
out
okay.
some of that
Yeah.
membership. I just didn't remember.
It's been a long year.
Tonight.
And a long evening, yeah, exactly.
This evening's been a long year.
Yeah.
Okay?
All
So
right.
thank you for
Randy.
your time.
Thank you. Okay, what do you all think about the IT data backup and retention policy, whether we want to do that tonight, or is it, Bob,
If-
do you know if it's,
If it's pressing, yes, but if not, then.
I didn't know how much time you thought it would need, and
Is Justin online?
if
or-
it's basically just,
Yeah,
it looked like
it's,
sort of protocol.
it's not, it's not urgent. It's essentially just documenting our process, and getting that policy in there. So if it's not something, we can kick it, no problem.
okay,
Next meeting then.
okay.
Thanks,
All
Justin.
right.
Thank you, Justin.
Welcome.
Okay, I'm going to suggest we do board committee reports at our next meeting. We do have minutes on for this evening. And you can see we are looking to schedule communications and CCL committee. In regard to future agenda planning, we have a meeting August 2nd. And you can see the slated action items for that meeting. And then we're also proposing to have, has not been on our list of future meetings up to this point, but that we would also be scheduling a meeting for August 16th as a regular board meeting. Any questions or discussion around future agendas? Okay. Then with that, we could take a motion to adjourn the meeting.
So moved.
Second?
Okay? That's been moved and seconded. All in favor of adjourning? Aye?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, then we are adjourned.